Chapter 772. Zhang Tao was practically tearing space apart to escape. Maple King was not the only one chasing after him. There were already 3 true kings, and now there was another one. 4 true kings were chasing after him. Hearing Maple King's roar, Zhang Tao did not even turn his head. He scolded, "You're looking for Fang Ping and your grandson. Why are you chasing me? Do you think I'm a pushover? Let's fight one-on-one if you dare. I'll beat the shit out of you." Zhang Tao kept cursing. Fang Ping was used to it. The others were also used to it. Only old Yao was still a little shocked. As for whether Ji Yao Huayu and the others who were left behind by old Zhang heard it or not, and what they thought, it was not in their minds. Fang Ping sat on old Zhang's large palm, finally feeling at ease. Although old Zhang was a jerk, he had to admit that he felt very safe. Fang Ping had always thought that following old Zhang would guarantee his safety. At this moment, Fang Ping still had the time to look around. Seeing the 4 true kings behind him, he turned his head and shouted, "Don't chase us! Are you all out of your minds?" In the battlefield, the descendants of the 2 majestic courts, true kings, were killing each other. The true king's clones were endless. The sky was dark and almost everyone was dead. "Why are you still chasing us? Are you out of your minds? Ji Yao and Hua, you colluded with each other and killed everyone. Now you want to help them silence them? Bastard!" Behind, a true king was enraged and scolded. Fang Ping recognized one of them and laughed. "Tiger King? Ha ha ha! Your grandson died so tragically. What God's blood did Ji Yao use to unleash rank, 8 strength, and squash your grandson? Your grandson was still yelling, 'Ji Yao won't kill me,' before he died. Ha ha ha, what a joke! Don't be crazy. I'm serious. Your grandson used your clone to kill Xianzhen and wanted to kill by Shan Yue to pave the way for Ji Yao. He even fantasized about marrying into the Ji family. In the end, he died so tragically." Behind, Tiger King was furious. He raised his hand and punched, breaking the space. A gigantic fist appeared right in front of Fang Ping. Zhang Tao turned his hand and crushed the fist. He glanced at Fang Ping speechlessly. "Stop provoking me. If you continue, I won't be able to take it." Fang Ping pretended not to see the giant fist. He laughed and said, "You don't believe me? Don't think I'm lying to you. Whether it's true or not, you true kings aren't idiots. Just think about it and you'll know." "Fine, I admit it. I'm Fang Ping." But he had just entered rank 8. Could he kill them? "I don't even have a peerless avatar. I'll be lucky if I don't get killed by them." He had only intended to fish for some benefits, but who knew that he would end up witnessing such a shocking show? Ha ha ha! Killing to the point of forming a river of blood. It's so satisfying to watch. You catacombs people are all so selfish. For the sake of the Lord position, to become a true king, you kill until your own parents don't recognize you. Tiger King, don't play dumb. Your doppelganger was the first to be used. How could you not know? Maple Monarch, your clone is gone along with the other 2 true monarch clones. You idiot! Don't tell me that you think I killed 3 true monarch clones by myself? Even a fool would know there's a problem. Yet you guys still want to hunt me down. Aren't you just trying to cover your ears and not admitting it?" Fang Ping laughed maniacally. "What a great show! It was so enjoyable to watch. Hua, Yu, and Ji Yao joined forces and killed all the opponents. From now on, these 2 will probably be the Lord." Fang Ping continued to laugh maniacally. Maple Monarch and the others behind him did not make a sound. Even if they were about to explode with anger, they did not say a word. Just because they did not speak did not mean that they did not move. They tore through the void and attacked old Zhang. Zhang Tao ran so fast that Fang Ping could not even see his surroundings clearly. His vision was plunged into darkness. Even so, Fang Ping continued to laugh. Life King is the most ruthless. His doppelganger is extremely powerful. He could have chosen not to attack, but he did. He attacked the king's battlefield and attacked the chaos origin path. This old thing did not care about the lives of others. He just wanted to test the situation in the king's battlefield. Damn, so many people died. Don't push the blame on me. It's all your own people's doing. Don't come after me for no reason. Did I offend you? Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Tao stopped in his tracks. Then his body swayed. Very quickly he cursed, "Shut up! Damn, that old life king actually made a move." As soon as he finished speaking, someone in the void said lightly, "King Wu, how can a true king be so easily humiliated? If this happens again, don't blame me for not caring about my reputation and attacking a junior." As Zhang Tao fled, he cursed, "F***ck, am I not a junior? Old thing, you attacked me. Are you looking down on the subduing, heavenly king? Old senior Li, the catacombs is going all out." Zhang Tao roared. His voice traveled thousands of miles. In the void, a powerful wave of mentality swept over. The Life King's voice seemed to have changed. He said in a strange tone, "King Wu, why do you keep pretending to be a fool? Why don't you and I exchange a few moves?" Zhang Tao sneered. "Save it for later. If Life King has the time, you should go to the king's battlefield to see your granddaughter. Otherwise, she will be torn apart by the furious true kings. The Ji family's calculations are not shallow. They have 3 true kings in their family. They are the catacombs' #1 clan. Oh right, the Life King came so quickly. It seemed like he had his eyes on the king's battlefield for a long time. Did he plan to destroy the king's battlefield? He's quite generous. He cut a lot of mentality. He even cut a lot of origin path. Is he preparing to do something big? If there's a need, squeak and call me. Let's see if we can get some benefits." In the big palm, Li Hansong squeezed Fang Ping with his shoulder, winking. "Damn, it sounds like you. Did the two of you discuss this?" Fang Ping looked at him with an unfriendly expression. He said telepathically, "I'm more shameless than him. When I reach the top, I won't be like this. I'm weak now. Besides, I'm young. I'm only 20 years old. How old is he? Even his grandson is older than me. He's shameless. I'm young." Crack! As soon as he finished speaking, his bones were squeezed by an invisible force until they were about to explode. Fang Ping was shocked. "F***ck. How strong are you? There are 4 true kings behind you. There's still a true king with 2 great paths watching you. You still have the time to eavesdrop?" Fang Ping was speechless. There was a long way to go to beat old Zhang. Top was not enough, right? 5 great, true king powerhouses. Moreover, none of them were weak among the true kings. Did you still have the strength to spare? Fang Ping was shocked beyond belief. In the void, the mentality that was sweeping toward him grew stronger and stronger. After a long while, the mentality opened its mouth and spoke in Mandarin. "Retreat. Do you guys really want to start a war now?" Behind him, a hint of fear flashed across Maple King's eyes. Then he said furiously, "Heavenly King subduing. Hand over Fang Ping. As long as you hand over Fang Ping, I'll retreat immediately. Otherwise, so what if we start a war today?" Tiger King was also furious. He shouted, "In the land of rebirth, you dare to attack and kill the descendants of the kings. Your sin is unforgivable." Fang Ping is extremely daring. Not only did he disrupt the king's battleground, but he also dared to invade Sky Plant City. The prestige of the royal court cannot be humiliated. We must kill him. Hand over Fang Ping. The few true kings shouted angrily at the top of their lungs. Without waiting for Heavenly King subduing to speak, Zhang Tao sneered and said disdainfully, "A bunch of trash! A rank 8 actually caused such a ruckus. You still want to attack Earth? Save it. Otherwise, with so many true kings, only 2 of you will survive in the end." "Zhang Tao, don't be insolent." The few true kings at the back flew into a rage. They could not take it anymore. Zhang Tao could not be bothered. He laughed and said, "Old Seniorly, let's join forces today. We'll leave these few fellows here and kill the Life King. Perhaps the royal court will be completely terrified and will not dare to send troops anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Tao's aura suddenly skyrocketed. He laughed and said, "Here's your chance." As soon as he said that, Zhang Tao suddenly stopped fleeing. A crystal book suddenly appeared in front of him. The sky-covering crystal book. Seal. Destroy. Kill. Zhang Tao roared and laughed. "I've been waiting for you to take the bait. Damn it. Go." At the back, the few true kings saw this, and their expressions changed drastically. One after another, they attacked the sky-covering crystal book. Rumble, the entire space was collapsing. A small gap appeared in the crystal book. However, an earth-shattering murderous aura erupted in an instant. One by one, words shot out from the book, heading straight for the few true kings. The few true king powerhouses roared, tearing the void and attacking the words. In the end, as soon as they attacked, the words collapsed and the crystal book disappeared. Not far away, Zhang Tao had already left. He laughed and said, "I'll spare your lives. I'll kill you next time." Bastard. Zhang Tao, you're a disgrace among the true kings. The few true kings were furious. This *** said it so viciously, but in the end he faked it. He made some fake attacks and ran away. Among the hundreds of true kings in the catacombs and land of rebirth, no one was more shameless than him. In the void, the Life King chuckled. He did not reveal himself, nor did he attack. After a laugh, he disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. If Fang Ping had not insulted him earlier, he might not have shown himself. The Life King left just like that. The mentality of the suppressing Heavenly King swept over and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the distance, Zhang Tao turned his head again and shouted, "Come again if you have the guts. This time, I'll definitely kill all of you." Regardless of what the true kings were thinking, Fang Ping and the rest looked at each other and shrugged. Old Zhang was good at shooting his mouth off. If these true kings really wanted to argue with him, there would most likely be no match for him. At this moment, Zhang Tao had already escaped tens of thousands of miles. Very soon, he used the flight step and arrived at the top of Mount Royal Sea. Standing at the top of the mountain, Zhang Tao looked around and smiled. "Thank you, old Senior Li." Silence. Zhang Tao did not seem to care. He continued looking around and smiled. "Old Senior Li, Li Zhen is being hunted down. Do you need help?" Still silence. Zhang Tao sighed. "Forget it. I won't care then." "Oh, right, old senior. I've been improving slowly recently. Do you have any advice?" "The path is the same. Why ask me?" In the void, a voice came, but the person was still nowhere to be seen. Fang Ping also looked around curiously. The name of the suppressing Heavenly King was known to everyone, at least to the high-level martial artists. It was like thunder piercing their ears. However, he had never seen the suppressing Heavenly King before. Fang Ping wanted to get to know him. Unfortunately, there was no chance. He could not see him now. Zhang Tao smiled. He threw Fang Ping and the others aside casually. His palm returned to normal size. He said, "Senior, the Qi explosion in the Land of Kings, was it really the second king's Qi?" "I don't know." "Is that so?" "Senior, is there anything in the Land of Kings that can help people improve? I mean, other than the second king, is there anything else?" "I don't know." Zhang Tao was a little regretful. He smiled. "If that's the case, then I won't disturb Senior's meditation anymore." Zhang Tao grabbed Fang Ping and the others again and was about to leave. He had only taken a few steps when in the void, the suppressing Heavenly King's voice seemed to be stuck. He said slowly, "I need to meditate. Next time, there's no need to find a few opponents for me," Zhang Tao chuckled. "I had no choice. Please forgive me, Senior. The juniors nowadays are good at causing trouble. I thought we could handle it ourselves." who knew that so many true kings would come. More than 10 true kings. If Senior doesn't help, we'll be in danger. Your coalescence Tao is enough to handle it. Senior, you must be joking. The path is endless. I've walked for thousands of meters. How can I handle it? Zhang Tao said a few humble words. Then he did not linger. He smiled. Then I'll have to trouble Senior to pay more attention. These true kings might cross boundaries soon. Senior, please take care of them. Of course. Farewell. Old Zhang chuckled. His body returned to the size of a normal person. His palms were still huge. He grabbed Fang Ping and the others, not letting them move an inch. He walked along the peak of Mount Royal Sea to other places. He seemed to be walking slowly. Fang Ping and the others were held in his hands, but they could not feel the existence of their surroundings. He was so fast that they could not see their surroundings at all. Zhang Tao laughed as he walked. Kid, you're in big trouble this time. Fang Ping said nothing. Zhang Tao continued. In total, there are 13 true kings and life kings who rushed here. Including those who haven't arrived yet, it's close to 20. A few paragons almost died because of you. Paragons are related to the survival of the entire Earth. For you alone, the entire Earth was almost destroyed. You have to bear this responsibility. Fang Ping was dumbfounded. This was related to the survival of the entire human race. Because of me alone, the entire human race was almost destroyed. Fang Ping felt helpless, but he could not care so much. He said hurriedly, Old Minister Zhang, creak. Fang Ping's bones continued to make crisp sounds. Fang Ping, who had turned into a different person, was forcefully pinched back to his original form. Fang Ping shook his head. Changed back just like that? All right, he was a paragon. It was understandable that he was strong. Fang Ping could not be bothered to say anything else. He had almost called Old Zhang earlier. If Old Zhang wanted to teach him a lesson, he would not be able to resist. Ignoring this, Fang Ping asked hurriedly, Minister, there's a war in the Magic City catacombs. That's right. When did it happen? 4 to 5 days ago. Are you all right? What's the situation now? I don't know. Fang Ping was stunned for a moment. He said hurriedly, You don't know? How could you not know? Zhang Tao said lightly, I have too many things to do. I don't have time to pay attention to everything. You guys have caused a lot of commotion in the catacombs. I have to keep an eye on the catacombs to prevent the catacombs' true kings from invading. Moreover, wars are breaking out everywhere in other places. I'm not a god. Do you think I can manage everything? Fang Ping's expression changed. He asked hurriedly, What's the general situation? This doesn't look good. Right now, there are only 3 rank 9s in Magic City catacombs. Li Changsheng, Wu Quishan, and Wu Chuan. Fan Haiping went to Nanjiang catacombs. There are 24 rank 9s in Magic City catacombs and catacomb cities. Fang Ping's expression changed again. Very quickly. Fang Ping said in a muffled voice, Minister, send me to the Magic City catacombs. You're going. Zhang Tao said lightly, Go to Mount Royal Sea. Mount Royal Sea leads directly to the depths. Are you sure you want to go to Magic City's catacombs? Fang Ping said immediately, Yes, I want to go there immediately. I'm Li Yi, and the 4 of them are my attendants. It won't be a problem if I lead the team there. Of course. I hope the news hasn't reached us yet. Those true kings don't have time to care about you guys now. After hearing that, Fang Ping did not waste any more time. Very quickly, he turned into Li Yi's appearance. Then he took out a few sets of armor from his storage space and threw them to Li Hansong and the rest. He said, Follow me to Magic City catacombs to announce the royal court's new order. As he said that, Fang Ping thought for a while and said, Forget about Li Yi. It's easy to attract attention when you're a big shot. You can pretend to be a commander under his command. Fang Ping changed again, turning into Mu He's appearance that he killed. This was also a powerhouse commander in Li Yi's residence. He was killed by him earlier. Minister, look at me. If I go to Magic City Catacombs and announce a truce, will those city lords agree? Zhang Tao stared at him for a while. Suddenly he laughed and said, Try it. A truce is nothing. Go and announce that the Monster Plants King and Monster Life King Court will start a war. I'll think of a way to keep Green Wolf King and Bamboo King occupied. Warlord is there too. It's a good time to play with them. As for the reasons, there are too many. Just say that Ji Yao is dead or Feng Yexing was killed, or Li Yi was killed. In short, important people were killed by the other party. Now we're going to start a full-scale war with Monster Life King Court. It's not like the two kings have never fought before. Before they started the war with us, even decades ago, the two kings have always been at war. However, your position is too low. They might not listen to you, Zhang Tao continued. Moreover, these people might want to consult the true kings. So whether you can do it or not, it's up to you. Even if you can't, at least you can make the two families stop fighting temporarily. It's a good idea. Kid, why don't I take this opportunity to send you to a few more catacombs and announce the news one by one? Zhang Tao said thoughtfully, there are dozens of catacombs. Even if only one catacomb starts a war, it's still a good thing for us. What do you think? Fang Ping said sheepishly, forget it. One catacombs is fine. I know Magic City Catacombs better. If I go to other places and the true kings spread the news, I'll be dead meat. Zhang Tao laughed and said, Then let's go to Magic City Catacombs quickly. I'll distract the two true kings first. You guys do as you see fit. Right, be careful that Li Chongsheng and the rest kill you by mistake. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Having said that, Zhang Tao added, To prevent you from being killed by mistake and losing your things, if you have any precious treasures, you can leave them with me first. When you come out, I'll return them to you. Fang Ping rolled his eyes. If it's in your hands, how can I have a share? How can I get it back? I've never seen you spit out anything that's in your hands in the end. Fang Ping ignored him and said hurriedly, Li Zhu really has the strength of a true king. The Maple King might be hiding his strength. Li Zhu is a huge threat to me. I only managed to escape his killing range after I ran 3,000 li away from Sky Plant City. The Shijian catacombs seem to be preparing to kill Guardian Zhang. Zhao Xingwu has become the left commander of the Sky Plant army. The Maple King might be trying to persuade him to go to the first Grotto Heaven. Also, the Shishan catacombs are preparing to launch an attack to kill those cultivating new students. Oh yes, something might be wrong with the Dongwu catacombs. I've seen a guy called Jin Yuhuai. He might be in cahoots with a human traitor. This traitor is even higher up. The news that you like to eavesdrop has spread. Jin Yuhuai is spreading it around the catacombs. As Fang Ping spoke, Zhang Tao was a little shocked. This kid had only gone to the catacombs for a few days, and he already knew a lot of top-secret information. Many of them were things he knew for the first time. However, when he heard the last sentence, Zhang Tao suddenly chuckled. His laughter was a little creepy. I like to eavesdrop, and it was spread to the catacombs. Jin Yuhuai actually knew about it. Did the person in charge of contacting the Dongwu catacombs have a death wish? It seemed like it had been a long time since he showed his prowess. Have some people forgotten how petty I Zhang Tao am? Spreading it to human martial artists was fine. Mother asterisk her. He even started spreading it to the catacombs' martial artists. Did he really think that my reputation as a martial king was worthless? When Fang Ping and the rest heard this laughter, they felt uncomfortable. Fang Ping thought that he was angry because there was a traitor, so he did not say much. Very quickly, Fang Ping said, Also, there's an earth-shattering deal. Forget it. I'll talk to the minister later. If this deal is done, we'll be rich. Deal. Zhang Tao's interest was piqued. He laughed and said, What deal? Is it dangerous? How much can we earn? Is it because we've established a relationship with the catacombs' martial artists and can trade? I'll say this in advance. Don't mention any deals with energy stones less than 500 caddies. The risk is too high. It's not worth it. I'll give you a standard. If you offend a true king, as long as it's not a death sentence, 1,000 caddies a year is still acceptable. Fang Ping looked at him, astonished. He looked at him strangely. 1,000 caddies? A year? 1,000 king coins? 100 king coin was worth 100 caddies of energy stones. According to what you're saying, if I take 1,000 king coins a year to exchange for resources, it'll be fine even if I offend a true king? Old Zhang, what are you thinking? I've already said it's an earth-shattering deal. The earth-shattering deal I'm talking about is 1,000 caddies of energy stones a year? How much does old Zhang look down on me? Fang Ping wanted to say something, but paused. Forget it. I won't say it now. It won't be good if old Zhang gets scared. The old man was very greedy. If he became jealous and threw him into the restricted area now, Fang Ping would not be willing to go back in again after he had just come out. Besides, MCMAU's problem had not been solved yet. He had to solve MCMAU's problem first. Fang Ping, who was used to seeing big things, felt that the Magic City Catacombs problem was actually not that big of a problem. I've seen a lot of true kings. Magic City Catacombs only has 20 rank 9s. It's not a big deal. In Skyplant City, he had seen too many rank 9s. They were everywhere. There were even plenty of origin paths. While he was still thinking, Zhang Tao saw that he was silent and laughed. It's not worth it to frequently go to the restricted area with less than 1,000 caddies. Restrain yourself and don't look for trouble. Let me remind you, MCMAU's losses this time are not small. This is also your responsibility. You do as you see fit. The losses are not small. Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. The arrogance that had just risen dissipated instantly. Damn it. I'll teach them a lesson sooner or later. Fang Ping let out a low humph in his heart. His gaze was cold and fierce. This time, I've consumed the holy fruit and those good stuff. Let's see how far I can hone my golden body. When I'm strong enough, these guys won't have it easy. Chapter 773. When they were about to reach the boundary of the Magic City Catacombs, Zhang Tao stopped in his tracks and smiled. You really don't want to leave the treasures with me? If you die, I'll leave at least half of them for MCMAU. Fang Ping's expression darkened. Cursing me? No need. Fang Ping refused without hesitation. Just as he was about to say something, Zhang Tao tossed it away. Bang! A deafening roar was heard. The few low-ranked monsters nearby fled in fright. Fang Ping crawled out of the ground, shaking his head and scolding. Old man, you're so evil. You threw it away just like that. At least say hello. Shut up. Wang Jinyang was helpless. He said, Stop talking nonsense. If you're hurt, I'll teach you a lesson. Fang Ping looked ahead. He could see Mount Royal Sea. It should be near the entrance of the Magic City Catacombs. Fang Ping did not say much. He turned to look at them and said, Return the imperishable substance to me. The four of them did not say a word. Return it to you? What a joke! They were green with envy at the imperishable substance. They could sense the concentrated, imperishable substance in it. How could they return it? Fang Ping said in a low voice, If you go in, you'll be easily sensed. You're all rank 7. Where did the imperishable substance come from? Isn't this obviously fake? All right, return it to me first. I'll return it to you later. They looked helpless. Li Hansong said sheepishly, You're really returning it? Nonsense. Do I look like that kind of petty person? Hurry up, I still have something to do. The few of them were reluctant to part with imperishable substance, but they still returned it to Fang Ping. Qin Fengqing returned it too. Fang Ping looked at it for a while and said suddenly, Qin Fengqing, why did it shrink? Huh. Qin Fengqing looked confused. He said, Quickly, Maybe it spilled out when we were escaping. Fong Ping rolled his eyes. Spilled out my ass. It would be strange if it did not shrink in this guy's hands. Fortunately, this guy was weak and could not take so much. He hid some in his bones, but it was probably only a few dozen yuan of imperishable substance. Fong Ping did not bother to say anything. After keeping the imperishable substance, Fong Ping looked at his wealth. Wealth: 379 million points vitality, 70,280 calories, 70,488 calories mentality, 4,099 hertz, 4,099 hertz, power of destruction, 35 yuan, bones honed, 206 100%, storage space, 10,000 cubic meters plus, energy barrier, 1 point/minute plus, aura simulation, 10 per minute plus. After looking for a while, he found that it was not much different from the King of March's battlefield. Instead, he lost 2 million wealth points. Fong Ping knew that his wealth had not increased yet. It was probably not because of the danger. Logically speaking, old Zhang had left them here, so the danger should have been resolved. Otherwise, old Zhang would not have left. In that case, it was because there was no distribution. Fong Ping thought for a while. He was not in a hurry to distribute them. Now that the distribution was over, it would be terrible if his wealth exceeded 1 billion points. There was still a possibility. Just by Shan Yue's holy fruit and Ji Yao's holy fruit alone were worth 200 million points, not to mention the other gains. Fong Ping glanced at them and quickly changed their auras. Adding 4 people would cost 100,000 wealth points per minute. Although Fong Ping was rich and overbearing, he could not afford to spend like this. He said quickly, "Let's end this quickly. Remember, catacombs martial artists, restricted area martial artists. There's nothing else, just one thing, arrogance." Fong Ping warned, restricted area martial artists are arrogant. They look down on foreign martial artists. You just have to pretend to be arrogant and ignore them. That's enough. Also, Qin Fengqing, control that thieving look in your eyes. When we go back, there will be benefits for you. Now stop. From now on, I am your leader, Commander Mu He, a powerhouse under Li Yi's command. Li Yi is the lord of March's sun. Fong Ping guided them telepathically as he walked. They listened attentively. After a while, Qin Fengqing asked curiously, "Fong Ping, how much did you earn this time?" "His name is Mu He." Cough, cough. "Commander Mu, how much did you earn this time?" Qin Fengqing's eyes lit up. "You snatched Ji Yao, snatched Huayu, and kept all the divine weapons that old Wang and the others had. You must have earned a lot this time, right? It's normal. Is there a trillion?" Fong Ping glanced at him. After a while, he said, "We'll talk when we get back." Qin Fengqing did not ask any more. He sighed in his heart. Damn, it seemed like there was really a trillion. This guy earned so much money that his hands were cramping. Magic City Catacombs, Mount Royal Sea entrance. At this moment, there was someone receiving Mount Royal Sea. Fong Ping knew it because he had come from this place last time. The one guarding the Magic City entrance was not a catacombs rank 9, but a rank 8 powerhouse. Seeing Fong Ping and the others, this person also knew Mu He. When he saw Fong Ping, he smiled hurriedly. "Commander Mu, this time you're here," Fong Ping interrupted. "How's the situation in 7 Southern Territory?" The rank 8 powerhouse in charge smiled quickly. "Everything is going smoothly. Longevity Sword and the others have been severely injured. They're holding on now. Very soon, we'll be able to kill them completely. If Snake King did not self-destruct his divine weapon, 1 or 2 of them would have fallen in the previous battle." Fong Ping was helpless. They had to self-destruct their divine weapons again. On old Wu's side, rank 9 divine weapons exploded really quickly. They had only exploded one in August, and now they exploded again. However, Fong Ping felt a chill in his heart. They had already reached the point of self-destructing their divine weapons. It seemed like the situation was indeed not optimistic. Fang Ping glanced at the powerhouse in charge. Suddenly he laughed. "That's good. Open the passageway. I want to go in now." "Commander Mu, do you have a passageway token?" Fang Ping looked impatient. He tossed a token at him. He had plenty of these things. Feng Yexing had them. Seeing the token, the rank 8 powerhouse said no more. Very quickly, he led the others into the passageway. "Yao," Cheng Jun asked telepathically, "not attacking?" "No, in case the true king notices anything unusual." Although old Zhang and Warlord had disappeared, possibly bringing the true king out for a spin, Fang Ping felt that there was no need to lose the big picture because of a small gain. It was just a rank 8 martial artist. It did not matter if he was killed or not. After entering the passageway on the other side of the stronghold, the old man Fang Ping met when he exited the catacombs the other day was still guarding the Grand Canyon outside the passageway. Year after year, day after day, Fang Ping glanced at the other party. Without saying a word, he strode away. Old Wang and the others also followed him and left without a word. It was not until they were a distance away that old Wang sighed telepathically. "Compared to these seniors, we are much more fortunate." Fang Ping said calmly, "There are always people who are contributing. In the face of national calamity, you and I cannot avoid it. The catacombs calamity is not fair. One day, the ones guarding this place might be you and me, or even our descendants." As he said that, Fang Ping's tone changed. He said, self-deprecatingly, "We might not even have this chance. So, while I'm still young, I should enjoy myself to the fullest. The world is so big. Take a look around, or else you won't be able to see it even if you want to in the future. In this lifetime, perhaps the happiest time was when I first started learning martial arts." Wang Jinyang laughed. Beside him, Li Hansong also chuckled softly. At that time, we were indeed carefree and full of longing for the future. It's a pity that these days are gone forever. The young people of the new generation are not as fortunate as we were back then. Ignorance is bliss. It's a pity that once the catacombs matter is made public, this kind of bliss has also disappeared. Fang Ping did not say a word. He rose into the air and headed straight for Hope City. Halfway there, he passed by a city. There was no rank 9 guarding it. Fang Ping's gaze turned slightly cold. The second city, the third city, there was no rank 9 guarding it. When he reached the fourth city, Fang Ping's gaze flickered. He shouted loudly, "Demonic Bamboo Guardian! Where is the city, Lord of Demonic Bamboo City?" In the city, a tall, verdant bamboo tree's mentality fluctuated. "He's gone to the land of hope." Demonic Bamboo Guardian, you are the guardian of the royal court. You are also the demon immortal general who guards the royal court. This time, Mu, he is not here on behalf of the royal court. He is here on behalf of the Lord. Is Demonic Bamboo Guardian like the other god generals, feeling that the Lord's faction has declined? Demonic Bamboo's mentality fluctuated again. "I don't mean that." Fang Ping's expression suddenly darkened. He said solemnly, "Her Highness Li Yi has fallen." Demonic Bamboo's mentality fluctuated slightly. Fang Ping said coldly again, "Killed by Ji Yao." The Lord has many constraints in the royal court. He can't send troops to the heavens mandate royal court. However, Her Highness is the Lord's legitimate son. This time Her Highness was killed, a disgrace to the royal court and the Lord. The Lord ordered us to come to the various outlands. I hope that the god generals can lend the Lord a hand. This vengeance must be avenged. Fang Ping said this with righteous indignation. He could not restrain his anger. His mentality fluctuated fiercely. He said angrily, therefore this time, Mu he came to the outlands to help the Lord. Ji Yao cannot be killed, but heaven's mandate royal court must pay the price. Demonic Bamboo Guardian, are you willing to fight for the Lord again? Just like in the past, I will accompany the Tianji army and fight again. Lord Guardian, if you are unwilling, the Lord will not force you. The royal court has fallen. The Lord is also seriously injured and is about to fall. Now, who is still willing to fight for the Lord again? Fang Ping's eyes were bloodshot. He had been in the catacombs for a while and knew some things. Moreover, the last time he left the Magic City catacombs with Li Yi and the others, he knew that the Monster Bamboo City's city master and this green bamboo were people of the Lord's faction. It was not that the Lord did not have any arrangements in the Outlands. However, now that the Lord was seriously injured, these people and demons might not be willing to continue working for Li Zhu. Green Bamboo Guardian is willing to fight. In the void, demonic Bamboo Guardian's mentality trembled. He said telepathically, Monster Bamboo City is willing to fight for the Lord. At this moment, demonic Bamboo Guardian uprooted from the ground and soared directly into the sky. Fang Ping's heart trembled. Li Zhu. Li Zhu had such great prestige. In the Outlands, when he was seriously injured and about to fall, there were actually rank 9 demons willing to fight for him. This was actually somewhat beyond Fang Ping's expectations. When he passed by Monster Bamboo City, he was just testing the waters. But now, even the guardian clans that did not belong to the royal court, the rank 9 demons, were actually willing to die for him. Li Zhu. Fang Ping was on his guard again. He thought of City Lord he that day, because of a few casual words from Feng Niesheng. That elemental Tao powerhouse directly killed those martial artists from the Outlands to prevent Li Yi from losing face and the Lord from being slandered. Moreover, this was under the situation where everyone thought that Li Zhu was crippled. If Li Zhu was not crippled, but became a true king instead, Fang Ping found it hard to imagine how many rank 9s in the Tianji royal court were willing to give their lives for Li Zhu. 300,000 Tianji soldiers were still willing to give their lives for the Lord's faction even after Li Zhu had been crippled for so many years. Although the 30 commanders-in-chief were roped in and divided by others, more than half of them still supported Li Zhu. This was prestige. Li Zhu had been lying low for many years. He might really have a big plan. Fang Ping did not think about this anymore. He bowed and saluted, his face full of excitement. Monster Bamboo Guardian is willing to fight. I will definitely report to the Lord truthfully. This time, I came to conquer the Tianji royal court cities. Monster Bamboo Divine General, I, Mu He, have offended you. Please listen to my command and let them pay with their blood. Of course, the giant green bamboo replied. Fang Ping's spirit was lifted. He said again, Now, there are not many people that the Lord can trust. Lord Guardian, do you have any guidance? Who is still willing to continue fighting for the Lord? Monster. Cypress City, Magic City catacombs had 13 cities. Skygate City was destroyed. After that, there were only 5 cities of the Tianji royal court left. And now, among the 5 cities, there were actually 2 cities that were willing to give their lives for Li Zhu. Fang Ping was shocked again. After all, the Outlands were divided among the true kings. The Tianji royal court in the Magic City catacombs belonged to the Bamboo King. And now, this rank 9 monster plant did not even mention the Bamboo King. It wanted to join the war directly. Fang Ping took a deep breath and said no more. He said, Lord Monster Bamboo, if that's the case, then follow me to the Land of Hope. Take the opportunity to kill some Tianji powerhouses. Land of Hope. Longevity, sword. Snake King. Fang Ping listened to its intermittent voice transmission. Very quickly, he said in a low voice, Those people are Maple King's opponents. Maple King wants them dead, and we might need to make them stay. Lord, what I said is just what I said. It has nothing to do with the Lord, but His Highness's death. Fang Ping gritted his teeth. It might have something to do with Feng, extermination. He and Ji Yao worked together to harm His Highness. I came here this time only for personal revenge. Even if the true king is angry, Lord, you can just say that I passed the royal order falsely. Even if I die, it will only be Mu-He and the others. They are merely commander level. If they die, then so be it. I will not hesitate. The giant green bamboo heard that and stopped its voice transmission. As for what it was thinking, Fong Ping had no way of knowing. However, these words of loyalty might have made the giant green bamboo a little emotional. Fong Ping did not waste any more time. Under the green bamboo's signal, the 5 of them stepped on a bamboo branch that extended from the green bamboo. The green bamboo was extremely fast, heading straight for Hope City. Fong Ping's heart was filled with guilt. I am such a bad person. I tricked monsters again. I knew that the monsters were very stupid. I always tricked them. I really feel bad. Here in Magic City's catacombs, a few rank 8 monsters were still hiding in the bounded boundary zone after being tricked by him. After this time, this rank 9 monster plant would not be like this, right? It was hard to say. This was the territory of the Green Wolf King. The other party was from Destiny Royal Court. Although with War King around, the other party would not enter the outer zone to kill monsters. But there was no guarantee that it would be like King Huai last time, coming in directly. At the same time, Fong Ping tricked a rank 9 monster plant to be his fighter. Hope City. Wu Quishen's face was full of sorrow. He looked at Li Chongsheng and said slowly, "Go back. Leave this place to me and Wu Chuan." Old man Li's face was pale. He said lightly, "Go out? If I go out, how long do I expect you to hold them off? Just kill them. Being able to live until now is something we earned." Having said that, Old Man Li did not care about him anymore. He turned around, looked at the city, and chuckled. Devil City is lost. Last time, thousands of instructors and students fought hard to conquer the city is lost. This time, maybe Hope City will be lost too. Everyone, you've done your best. You're all good boys of MCMAU. You're good. You didn't embarrass MCMAU. We've embarrassed MCMAU. Old Man Li laughed heartily. It's okay for us to be embarrassed. We're old. We don't care about this. Young people still have hot blood. They can still fight. If they dare to fight, then there's still hope. Go back. Cultivate well. We'll come back again, just like the Tian'an catacombs. We'll go back again and turn them upside down. Dean. In the crowd, Zhang Yu, who was covered in blood, looked at Li Chongqing's golden body dimming. He said sorrowfully, "Vice-Chancellor Dean, let's retreat together. You're our backbone. If you don't retreat, we won't leave." Retreat? Old Man Li laughed heartily. Retreat? I still want to turn them upside down. If you want me to leave now, I won't agree. But you're too weak. Go back. Don't talk nonsense. In the catacombs, you have to carry out military orders. Retreat. Vice-Chancellor, Dean. Everyone's faces were filled with indignation. Their hearts were filled with indignation. In the last battle at Skygate, MCMAU won easily. They conquered Skygate City. It was a great victory. The victory was surprising, the victory was delightful, and it made people feel inflated. Now, in a short 5 days, not only had they lost Skygate City, but Hope City was also about to be conquered. A few rank 9 powerhouses fought one after another. Their golden bodies were about to collapse. If this went on, a few more battles might cause a few rank 9s to fall. They were indignant. However, there was no use in being indignant. Their abilities were no match for the catacombs. The Vice-Chancellor and the rest had tried their best, but why did they not retreat? In the crowd, Tang Feng was also indignant. His hair and beard stood on end. He said in a low voice, "Let's retreat together. We can fight back after losing Magic City catacombs. We can stage a comeback and come back again." Old Man Li smiled faintly. "If I ask you to leave, then leave. Stop talking nonsense. Do we need you to teach us how to do things?" Dean. Everyone's faces were pale. Did they have to stay? Old Man Li and the rest did not utter a word. Not stay? Not fight to the death? Perhaps they could do so previously. However, 2 days ago, the 3 departments ordered that they were not to retreat. All the paragons had left Sino Nation. At this moment, once they retreated, the catacombs rank 9 would invade the human world and Magic City. If they could not destroy the other party, Magic City would be in danger. Sino Nation would be in danger. All rank 9s in Sino Nation had already gone to support all sides. They could not help anymore. Without the paragons, they could not retreat. Once they left, more than 10 rank 9 powerhouses would fight their way out of the passageway. That could mean the deaths of tens of millions, or even more people. How could they retreat? They could only fight to the death. Where did the paragons go? In the past, Sino Nation would definitely leave at least 1 paragon to guard the ground. Now, no one was there. Old Man Lee had already guessed that something might have happened in the restricted area. They could not leave, since it was a disaster caused by the people of MCMAU. Then MCMAU would have to bear the responsibility. Because of MCMAU, Magic City catacombs were conquered. They would be sinners for all eternity. Kid, old Zhang had the intention to let you suffer a huge loss. I hope that after this, you can learn some lessons. Fine, maybe our deaths will give you more motivation to reach the Paragon sooner. Old Man Lee looked in the direction of Mount Imperial Sea, a faint smile on his face. No matter how many rank 9s there were, they could not compare to a single paragon. That brat is too successful. This time, perhaps our blood can stimulate him to walk a little further, a little faster? Old Zhang probably has the same idea, right? Old Zhang is really evil, but the old man likes it. Ha ha ha. Old Man Lee laughed in his heart for a while. Suddenly he shouted, "Go! Don't you have the decisiveness of a martial artist?" In the crowd, Qin Zhenhua was silent for a moment. Suddenly he shouted, "Retreat! Retreat! The next day, we'll kill them again and turn the world upside down. If Magic City catacombs fall into MCMAU's hands, MCMAU will never bear such infamy. Retreat!" The shouts were sharp and ear-piercing, containing too much helplessness, too much unwillingness, and too much sorrow. We're too weak. The battle at Sky Gate was fought too smoothly. It was so smooth that we thought we could take charge of the catacombs. It was so smooth that we thought the catacombs was nothing more than this. 1 school taking charge of 1 catacombs. Today it became a huge joke, a joke made with blood. The blood of several rank 9 powerhouses. The blood of hundreds of instructors and students. After this battle, could MCMAU really make a comeback? With infinite unwillingness and sorrow, the instructors and students began to retreat. On the city wall, Wu Quishan looked at Lu Fengru beside him and chuckled. "Let's go back." "No. How old are you?" "Still stubborn." "I'm not leaving." Lu Fengru said lightly, "I'm an MCMAU Grandmaster. I'm not useless. I'm invincible. I dare to fight a rank 9. Wu Quishan looked at her deeply. Suddenly, he smiled and hugged her, laughing loudly. "Then let's fight. Kill them until their blood flows like a river." Old Man Lee laughed loudly too. He said loudly, "You and I should have died. It's worth it to live for so long. This time, let these bastards remember MCMAU for the rest of their lives. No, let them not have the chance to remember MCMAU. Ha ha ha." Not far away, Wu Chuan sat on the city wall, smiling faintly. The couple has a companion. Look at me. I'm so self-aware. I can just go to the side and lick my wounds. You're blind. Serves you right for being single. Old Man Lee laughed loudly. I'm happy to. Old Wu will definitely die before I do. If he dies, I'll bring Fengru along with me. F***CK, your grandfather. Wu Quishan kicked him, cursing for a while. Did this old thing have an ulterior motive? Everyone laughed out loud. After a while, Wu Quishan suddenly turned his head. looking at the dozens of people below the city wall, smiling faintly. What are you still standing there for? Don't talk to me about living and dying together. You're not qualified. Old man Lee sneered too. Get lost. A bunch of brats. Don't King do this. You're not even qualified to participate in the battle. Get lost as far as you can. Are you sending food to the catacombs? In front of the crowd, Chen Yunqi said loudly, I'm the president of the Martial Arts Society. I govern MCMAU together with the university leaders. I can't leave. The old Sugiching was still at the mentality-vitality unity realm. He said faintly, This old man is much older than you. Who are you scolding? Huang Jing sighed too. The seniors are all on their way. Luo Yichuan and the rest have gone back. I won't leave. I miss the instructor too. Wu Quishan glanced at everyone one by one. Suddenly he laughed. Then stay, but don't leave the city. Remember, if there's a chance, send us back. We don't want to be buried in this dirty place. I want to go back to MCMAU. I want to go home. Not far away, Wu Chuan smiled faintly. Me too. Fight for it. Maybe there's a chance. You won't be of any use. Don't throw your lives away. If you can bring us back, that's the greatest value. The few of them were all smiles. The next moment, Old Man Lee laughed loudly. They're here. Time to go. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, the three of them shot out like sharp swords. Today they had to kill. Chapter 774. Kill. A great battle broke out instantly. Outside Hope City, 3 powerhouses joined forces and went straight to the opposing powerhouse. The 3 of them attacked the monster Sunflower City Lord at the same time. As for the others' attacks, they did not care at all. They just wanted to kill one person. Damn it! The monster Sunflower City Lord was furious. These people had been staring at him for the past few days. He had had enough. Kill them. The monster Sunflower City Lord roared. The divine weapon in his hand appeared, and the huge sunflower behind him broke through the air. Both sides joined forces to attack Li Chongsheng. The previous few times, everyone was afraid of death. No one was willing to fight to the death under the situation where they outnumbered him, resulting in casualties. However, it was also because of this that after a few times, not only did they fail to kill these people, but they were also defeated by the other party's desperate fighting style, and one person was killed. However, although one person was killed, they also severely injured these people, even forcing the Snake King to self-destruct his divine weapon. Without the rank 9 divine weapon in hand, the Snake King's combat strength had also declined. In addition to the few days of fighting, the Snake King and the others were already an arrow at the end of its flight. This time they must kill them. Kill us? You. Old Man Lee's eyes were cold, and he roared, Cooperate! As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Quishan and Wu Chuan suddenly changed direction, suddenly attacking the monster Phoenix City Lord together. In the void, Wu Chuan's rank 9 divine weapon appeared in front of the monster Phoenix City Lord instantly. Boom! An earth-shattering roar resounded throughout the catacombs. No, the monster Phoenix City Lord was in disbelief. Their target was him? Why, there were still many powerhouses from the Sky Plant bloodline here. He was from the Destiny bloodline. Why did they want to kill him? I'm killing you, the shit stirrer! Old Man Lee roared coldly. The golden light on his body erupted for the last time. Monster Phoenix City was the most proactive among the monster life cities. In the previous few days of fighting, they had killed hundreds of MCMAU instructors and students. Who else would they kill if not him? An eye for an eye. Old Man Lee did not care about the 2 monster Sunflower City rank 9's attacks at all. He suddenly changed direction, and his sword slashed through the air. On the long sword, the golden light was dazzling. Creak! Space shattered. At the side, Wu Quishan and Wu Chuan roared fiercely at the same time, and the final rays of golden light erupted from their bodies as they shot towards the demonic Phoenix City. Governor, save me! The demonic Phoenix City master roared, but it was already too late. The others didn't want to save him at all. The only one who wanted to save him was the Phoenix demon beast. When it saw the three of them unleashing their final burst of light together, it hesitated for a moment. This hesitation was too late. Rumble! A second explosion rang out, and with a bang the golden body exploded. In the void, a figure condensed and shrieked. Damn it! His voice came to an abrupt halt. A crack streaked across, directly shattering the last remnants of spiritual energy. At the same time, the other attacks arrived one after another. Bang! Old Man Li's golden body exploded as well. Wu Chuan and Wu Quishan unleashed their power once more, pulling Old Man Li out of the bombardment range together. However, the two of them were also targeted by a few people. The attacks came in the blink of an eye. Kacha! With a loud explosion, Wu Quishan's right arm was smashed into smithereens. His face was pale as he dragged Old Man Li with his left arm and retreated backward. Wu Chuan hollered. He stood at the front alone and swung his fists and legs, bursting forth with all his might. However, he was still no match for them. He was continuously sent flying, golden blood flowing out of his mouth. I killed one. I can't accept it. Wu Chuan roared. He could not accept it. 3 powerhouses had only killed 2 rank 9s until now. They did not even manage to exchange 1 for 1. He really could not accept it. However, the other party had the advantage in numbers. Right now, they were facing 12 rank 9s. How could they continue fighting? They were already an arrow at the end of its flight, unable to unleash attacks like before. At the back, Old Man Li's cheeks cracked. A huge bottle appeared in his hand, laughing loudly. I still have the strength to fight. I can still kill one more. As soon as he finished speaking, Old Man Li gulped down the remaining energy liquid. The injuries on his body began to heal rapidly. After recovering for a while, Wu Chuan was sent flying backward. His sternum was completely shattered. Seeing this, Wu Quishan did not say a word. His hands formed into claws, charging straight at Monster Sunflower City's city lord. Changsheng, he's next. Ha ha ha, good. Li Changsheng agreed happily. Vitality erupted from his body rapidly, charging forward with his sword in hand. However, he secretly transmitted his voice. We can't fight too fast. Drag it out. At least drag it out until one person returns from the summit. We can't let Magic City's catacombs be breached. Once it was breached, Sino Nation would suffer countless casualties. The MCMAU people who had just evacuated would also die or be severely injured. MCMAU could not be destroyed in their hands. The 3 of them seemed crazy, but in reality, they were extremely clear-headed. Kill one person first to intimidate everyone. Fight with your life on the line, and let these fellows be wary. The 3 of them attacked in all directions like crazy demons, disregarding their injuries. However, it was still difficult for them to fight against 12 rank 9s. At this moment, from afar, 3 figures broke through the air and came. Gua Shangquan and the other 2's golden bodies were currently dim. All of them were dressed in MCMAU instructor uniforms. Gua Shangquan, who was in front, laughed loudly. We can still fight. How dare you not tell us? You've gone too far. We've been good-for-nothings our whole lives. It's time to live like a human being. We only live once. How can we live like someone else? We have a share in MCMAU too. The 3 powerhouses laughed heartily. We're resurrected martial artists, but we're not the ancients. We're not others. We're just ourselves. The moment we left Star Town, we've decided to live like ourselves. We won't live for others anymore. The 3 of them hurried over, laughing loudly. How can we say we have no clothes? We share the same robe with you. We're comrades. Whether you admit it or not, we're MCMAU instructors. Kill. The three powerhouses joined forces to attack the powerhouses. Behind them, Huang Jing, Lu Polu, and Lu Fengru had also rushed over. Lu Polu laughed loudly. "This old man can't wait any longer. Let's attack together. Let's kill to our heart's content." Rumble. The battle erupted quickly. Lu Fengru, who was the weakest, was the first to be sent flying. Her chest was pierced, and she fell to the ground. However, her gaze was fixed on Wu Quishan, her face full of smiles. "I'm weak, but I'm willing to die with you." "Fengru!" Wu Quishan laughed loudly. Without turning his head, he went straight to one of them, laughing. "My wife, I can fight. Who do you think you are?" As soon as he finished speaking, his mentality surged. A giant sword descended abruptly, exploding with a rumble. Not far away, both of Old Man Li's arms exploded. The long sword no longer pierced through the air. It also exploded in an instant, turning into a sword gleam that went straight for the powerhouse, who was severely injured by Wu Quishan's mentality explosion. Taking advantage of the other's moment of shock, the sword gleam shattered the void and also shattered the other's everything. Her, I told you to wait. What's the rush?" Old Man Li cursed. Then he burst into laughter. "I killed another one. Killing feels good." Before he could finish his sentence, a Changdao pierced through the air and slashed across his waist, cutting him in half directly. "Junior, don't be reckless next time." The next moment, Huang Jing pierced through the air and arrived. He grabbed hold of his torso that had been cut in half, closing it forcefully and tossing it backward. The long sword in his hand turned blood red in the blink of an eye. "Senior, I'll go first." "Instructor, I'm coming." Huang Jing laughed loudly. Everything flowed into the long sword in an instant, and the sword pierced through the air. "Old Huang, MCMAU shall live forever. Let this golden age last forever." Accompanied by the last burst of laughter, an explosive sound was heard. A blood-red sword with peak rank, 7 strength, severed a rank, 9 powerhouse's arm in an instant. "Senior." Behind him, Old Man Li's tears streamed down his cheeks. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" A series of explosive roars were heard. This battle they had to kill. No. Far away, Fang Ping's mentality suddenly fluctuated. No. He was too late. Huang Jing had used the blood saber technique to self-destruct. It could not be like this. "It's my fault, my fault." Fang Ping could not control his emotions. Beside him, Wang Jinyang held onto his arm tightly. He could not expose himself anymore. Fang Ping dried the tears in his eyes. At this moment, he seemed to have returned to the past, to the first day of school, that day that Old Man stood on the rostrum and told all of them, "Entering MCMAU is not for you to enjoy life, nor is it for you to be superior to others. In MCMAU, you must first understand one thing. You will only reap what you sow." What is a martial artist? It's not bullying the weak. It's not bullying the market. It's not being a political broker. Martial artists are the protectors of the city, this country, and this world. We are great, but also insignificant. It can also be said to be tragic. You don't understand now, and you don't need to understand. One day, you will understand that entering MCMAU is not the beginning of the peak of your life, but the beginning of a tragedy. Martial artists are not tragic. Martial artists are not tragic. If you were, you wouldn't have made this choice. Fang Ping looked into the distance. He thought of the day when he killed the monster at the edge of the 100 Beasts forest. He thought of the old man's helplessness and relief when he surpassed him. He was dead. Fang Ping stared into the distance for a while. In the next moment, Fang Ping regained his composure and said slowly, "Sir Zhuqing, take this opportunity to kill the powerhouses of the Destiny bloodline. You can secretly contact the monster Bamboo City Lord and the 2 monster Cypress City Lords. Longevity, sword," Fang Ping said coldly, "save them. If they die, The Destiny bloodline will dominate the 7 southern regions. I will not allow it. Feng, exterminations, inner demons will be gone. It is not in the Lord's interest. Okay, the giant green bamboo was slightly hesitant. It had also sensed the change in the situation. The resurrected martial artist was about to be killed. If they delayed for a while, they might be able to destroy the powerhouses of MCMAU today. However, the Lord needed the powerhouses of MCMAU to live. Then let them live. At this moment, there were 11 catacombs, rank 9s in the distance. Among them, 2 of the city lords and a monster plant could be contacted. Of the remaining 8, were from the Destiny bloodline. Of the remaining 4, 2 were from Monster Sunflower City, and the remaining 2 were from the 2 monster plant cities. The giant green bamboo's mentality began to fluctuate slowly. In the crowd, one of the crown powerhouses who sent Wu Quishan flying with a punch frowned slightly. At this moment, Wu Quishan was already powerless to resist. In a while, Snake King will definitely die. The monster bamboo city lord looked conflicted. Let them go now. What was wrong with Zhu Qing? In this battle, the catacombs had already lost 3 rank, 9 powerhouses, 2 from the monster life bloodline, 1 from the monster plant bloodline. At this juncture, should they give up? However, they wanted to kill the MCMAU people because the royal court had given them a reward. Now the royal court's messenger was here. If they did not listen to the messenger, would there still be a reward? For a moment, the monster bamboo city lord took the initiative to stop. Not only him, in the crowd, another city lord powerhouse, who was also wearing a crown, looked at him. The giant cypress beside him had already stopped attacking. What's wrong with you guys? At this moment, Wu Chuan and Li Changxing had already met up with the heavily injured and dying Wu Quishan. The 3 of them were flickering with qi, showing signs of self-destruction. Seeing that the 3 powerhouses had suddenly stopped, the others all took a few steps back. Could it be that these fellows wanted them to bear the power of a few powerhouses' self-destruction? The monster Sunflower City lord said angrily, "Damn it! If we work together, self-destruction won't be able to do anything to us. What are you guys doing?" 11 rank 9s. 3 of them stopped. Although the remaining 8 people might not have any casualties when facing the MCMAU people, they were not willing to watch the others watch the show from the sidelines. The monster bamboo city lord glanced at him and said faintly, "Zhu Qing is here. He said that the royal court's messenger has arrived. There's an order from the royal court. Stop for now." Damn it. He didn't come earlier or later. He came now. The monster Sunflower City lord also sensed Mu He's aura. His face was gloomy. The monster bamboo city lord said in a low voice, "What's the hurry? They will die sooner or later. Surround them. Don't let them escape." Many people snorted coldly. Without another word, they surrounded the MCMAU people from all directions. Very soon, the giant green bamboo flight step arrived. Without waiting for the monster bamboo city lord to speak, Fang Ping looked at the MCMAU people who were surrounded. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. They were all dying. Wu Quishan was already delirious. He was about to fall into a coma. At this stage of the battle, could he still recover? Li Changxing was also almost crippled. The lower half of his body had completely disappeared. Both his arms were gone too. The others were all in a dying state. In the distance, Lu Fengru, who had fallen to the ground, seemed to have no signs of life. At this moment, Fang Ping's heart was filled with hatred. I came too late. One step too late. MCMAU was almost destroyed because of this. I shouldn't have wasted time. I shouldn't have haggled with Ji Yao. Maybe I shouldn't have left this time. It was because of me that the Royal Lord's faction sent an order to the 7 southern regions to kill the MCMAU people with all their might. It was all because of me. Fang Ping's heart was burning with rage, but a smile appeared on his face. He said slowly, These are the MCMAU people? Fong Ping chuckled. Greetings, sirs. He is from the Heavenly Plants Royal Court. The monster Sunflower City, Lord said impatiently. He, if you have something to say, just say it. What orders does the Royal Court have? Why did you stop halfway? He knew He. He had seen him a few days ago. He was Li Yi's man. Fong Ping smiled. This matter. Halfway through, Fong Ping paused. At this moment, Fong Ping suddenly stopped talking. Instead, he looked at the monster Bamboo City Lord and said with a smile, Sirs, are you willing to help? If not, let's not talk about this matter. What? The monster Sunflower City Lord looked doubtful. What did he mean? In the crowd, the monster Bamboo City Lord and the monster Cypress City Lord looked at each other. Fong Ping thought for a while and suddenly transmitted his voice. The royal lord has become a true king. There is absolutely no falsehood. Do not leak it out. Seeing He and the others transmitting their voices, many people frowned. What did this guy say to the monster Bamboo City Lord and the others? The monster Bamboo City Lord's expression changed. True king? He probably would not lie. If that was the case, the royal lord had risen again. The two of them looked at each other, then looked at the two monster plants. The monster Bamboo City Lord said slowly, He, capture them and send them to the royal court. This matter is not easy. These MCMAU people are very difficult to capture alive. Hearing him say so, the monster Sunflower City Lord understood. Then he said angrily, This matter is not easy. These few beasts, don't think that they have no more energy left. Their self-detonation is hard to stop. Fong Ping glanced at the monster Sunflower City Lord, then at the monster Bamboo City Lord. He smiled and said, It's okay. These people are already powerless to resist. If the resurrected martial artists do not surrender, we will kill our way out of the passageway and massacre the land of resurrection. The royal court has orders to capture alive. They still have great use. Sirs, the royal court and the true king hall have great rewards. There are more living people than dead people. Now that we have captured one person alive, the reward is the few of them were still listening attentively, waiting for Fong Ping to announce the new reward. However, at this moment, the two city lords and the two monster plants suddenly attacked. Rumble. 4 rank, 9 powerhouses joined forces. 1 city against 1 person. In an instant, they attacked the 2 Destiny Bloodline powerhouses. The 2 of them were still waiting for Fong Ping to announce the new reward. They did not expect the people beside them to attack. Rumble. A loud explosion sounded. The 2 powerhouses who were attacked were only weak rank 9 powerhouses. Among the 4 powerhouses, 2 monster plants had the strength of Origin Dao. Under the joint attack, it was also an unexpected ambush. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them were blown up. In the void, 2 mentalities condensed in an instant. Even in death, the 2 of them still found it hard to believe. Was the Destiny Bloodline helping the other party? This was 7 Southern Territory. This was the Green Wolf King's territory. They were the masters here. The Green Wolf King was at Mount Royal Sea. The Heavenly Plants, Bloodline, people actually attacked them. Impossible. Even if both sides were enemies, the 4 powerhouses did not have the guts to start a war. Not only them, the monster Sunflower City Lord and the other Heavenly Plants, Bloodline powerhouses were also stunned. Fong Ping was already flying backward at this moment. He roared. The royal court has ordered a national war. Kill the Destiny Bloodline powerhouses. Those who disobey will be killed. Kill. The 4 powerhouses did not hesitate, attacking the remaining 2 monsters. At this moment, the Destiny Bloodline powerhouses who were still alive were only 2 monsters. The Phoenix from Monster Phoenix City, and a monster that looked like a rhinoceros. The monster Sunflower City Lord and the others were at a loss. National war? Were they going to start a war with the Destiny Royal Court? They did not move, but the phoenix and the rhinoceros were terrified. The phoenix soared into the sky, and the rhinoceros also roared. Its body expanded, and it leaped into the sky. The battle of the royal court had begun. It was so fast that they could not react. The two monsters wanted to run, but the two shadows in the void were destroyed instantly, letting out a sharp roar. They actually died here? With boundless doubts and unwillingness, the two of them had completely perished. The monster Bamboo City Lord and the others had already joined forces to kill the two monsters. Fong Ping shouted angrily, "You guys want to disobey the True King Hall and the royal court's order?" The monster Sunflower City Lord's face was full of disbelief. Then he shouted angrily, "Lord Bamboo King has not given the order, you guys." "Lord Bamboo King has already gone to kill the Green Wolf King. Otherwise, do you think the Destiny Royal Court will be unguarded and let you kill them?" Fong Ping scolded, "Monster Sunflower City Lord, you want a rebel?" "Bastard!" The monster Sunflower City Lord shouted angrily. Rebel? Did he dare to? However, he was the Bamboo King's direct descendant. The Bamboo King and the Lord's faction were not considered allies, but they were not enemies either. Now that the Lord's faction had come to pass on the order, he did not know whether to accept it or not. Very soon, the monster Sunflower City Lord suddenly said, "Where is the royal court and True King Hall's secret order?" Fong Ping looked at him coldly, his tone icy. "Secret order? This is top secret. How can we leave a trace so easily? If the Destiny Royal Court discovers it in advance, we are only commander-level strength. Do you think we will have the chance to reach 7 Southern Territory alive when we pass by the Destiny Royal Court's territory? Monster Sunflower City Lord, it seems like you are going to disobey the order." "Nonsense." The monster Sunflower City Lord flew into a rage again. He said angrily, "You are but Her Highness Li's servant. Without the royal court's secret order, what right do you have to order us?" Having said that, the monster Sunflower City Lord looked at the two monsters that were already surrounded. His brows knitted tightly. Everything was fine, but they suddenly wanted to start a war with the Destiny Royal Court halfway. Weren't they going to join forces to kill the land of rebirth powerhouses? What was the royal court thinking? Fong Ping did not speak again. He glanced at the monster Sunflower City Lord. At this moment, there were still 4 rank 9s who had not moved. 2 from monster Sunflower City. 1 from the other 2 monster Plant Royal City. They were all city lords. For rank 9s. Moreover, there were 6 rank 9s fighting at the side. Now was not the time to expose his identity. Seeing the situation, Fong Ping said lightly, "Since the sirs are unwilling to obey the order, then wait for a while. After the monster Bamboo City Lord and the few sirs kill these 2 monsters, he will discuss this matter with the sirs." Having said that, Fong Ping ignored them. He looked at the MCMAU, people who were on high alert not far away, and smiled faintly. "Sirs, do you want to live or die? If you want to die, that's easy. If you want to live, then surrender. Otherwise, we will attack the land of rebirth today and slaughter millions." Finally, when I came to 7 Southern Territory, the Lord said that if you hand over the True King's blood arrow method, it can protect millions of resurrected humans from death. Blood arrow method? Old man Li, whose eyes were already unfocused, moved his gaze. He gritted his teeth and said, "Wishful thinking. You don't know what's good for you." Fong Ping said coldly, "Right now, all of you are powerless to fight anymore. The passageway is open. The land of rebirth, Sino Nation, has no true king. Are you going to fight to the death, or wait for us to kill all of you and destroy Sino Nation?" Old man Li looked conflicted. He looked at the rest of the MCMAU people and shouted angrily, "You catacombs martial artists, go back on your words. Even if we are captured, you will kill your way out of the passageway. Don't think that we are fools." Fong Ping snorted coldly. Now that the royal court and Destiny Royal Court are at war, they have no intention of destroying the land of rebirth at this time. These words are absolutely true. Everyone, don't seek your own death. Beside him, the monster Sunflower City Lord was about to speak when Fong Ping said casually, "Sirs, bringing these people back to the royal court is also your credit. Each of you will get a level 9 divine weapon. There is only one true king's unique art. Wait for the Lord and the true King Hall to decide. Then we will decide who to reward. The rest will also be rewarded, separately. True King's unique art." A few of them were moved. Capturing the MCMAU people would actually be rewarded with the True King's unique art. Previously, it was said that killing them would be rewarded with the Divine Path unique art. Fong Ping did not care about them. He looked at Li Chongsheng and the rest again and said, "Mu, he swears in the name of the Lord and the true King Hall that everything that I said is the truth. If there is any falsehood, godhood will be destroyed. Everyone in the land of divine land. The name of the true king intimidates the heavens. It is absolutely true." As soon as these words came out, the monster Sunflower City Lord and the rest believed him. No one dared to swear in the name of the true King Hall's kings. The true king was God. If Mu he dared to speak blindly, even if it was to lure the MCMAU people, he would die without a doubt. Not only would he die, but everyone related to him would also die. Li Chongqing's face was full of grief. After a moment, he said slowly, "Fine, it's fine if we die. Old Wu, we can't let them enter Earth." Wu Chuan said sternly, "Li Chongqing, human martial artists, will never surrender, even if we die in battle." Wu Chuan. Old man, Li was grief-stricken. He roared, "I'm not trying to survive. Do you want them to invade Magic City, invade Sino Nation? We are sinners, sinners for all eternity. Even if we become dogs, we must live to go to the king's court." Wu Chuan was silent instantly. Fong Ping laughed coldly, saying lightly, "I don't have much time for you. I'll count to 3 and you choose. Monster Sunflower City Lord, if they don't decide after 3 counts, kill them and invade the land of rebirth." This time, the few of them didn't have the slightest bit of hesitation as they glared fiercely at everyone. 1, 2, we surrender. Old man Li's face aged instantly. Fong Ping laughed heartily, walking straight over. Seeing this, the monster Sunflower City Lord frowned and growled, "Commander Mu, it's fine. Mu, he is just a commander. Let them self-destruct and kill Mu He. Let's see if they dare to gamble with the tens of millions of people in the land of rebirth." Fong Ping laughed. "Sirs, if Mu He dies, you guys invade the land of rebirth directly." All right. Seeing that he was taking the risk, they breathed a sigh of relief, since it was not them. Longevity soared, and the rest still had the strength to fight. No, it was the strength of an explosion. It was even possible to bring a rank 9 to the grave with them. Since Mu he was willing to risk his life, then let him be. They're all crippled. Fong Ping walked toward Li Chongsheng, smiling faintly. "That's good too. Guards, use the immortal god to imprison them. If they dare to make any strange moves, kill them immediately." "Yes, sir." Wang Jinyang and the rest stepped forward one after another. Fong Ping also walked to Li Chongqing's side, feeling around for a while, frowning. "Where's the divine weapon? He self-destructed. Damn it." Fong Ping cursed, then walked to Wu Chuan's side. Just as he was about to feel around, Wu Chuan shouted, "He self-destructed." Fong Ping kicked him, saying coldly, "Do you think it's up to you bunch of prisoners to teach this commander?" Wu Chuan was kicked to the ground. His gaze was cold, but his heart was shaken. He did not even realize it. This fellow was Fong Ping. That kick just now, a large amount of imperishable substance, suddenly surged into his body. Fong Ping did not care about him anymore, walking to Wu Quishen's side again. Suddenly his expression changed, cursing, "Damn it, he's dead!" The current Wu Quishen was suddenly not breathing. Fong Ping cursed. a divine path powerhouse, actually died so easily. Fong Ping punched and kicked, unable to restrain his anger. After kicking and punching for a while, not far away, Monster Sunflower City Lord used his mentality to probe, frowning slightly. He self-destructed his divine weapon and self-destructed his immortal god. He severely injured, but he died quite quickly. I wonder if his divine path has dissipated. A divine path powerhouse died so easily. They were also a little surprised. However, the other party did not have any signs of life. It could only be said that he was unlucky. His injuries were too severe, and he died directly. Fong Ping did not care about the others anymore, shouting, "Imprison these god generals!" Having said that, Fong Ping looked at the battlefield not far away, frowning. These two monsters are actually at the Divine Path realm. No wonder they can hold on until now. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to kill them quickly. Lord Bamboo King may not be able to hold on for too long. If this goes on and the Green Wolf King intervenes, there might be an accident. Fong Ping looked at the monster Sunflower City Lord and the others, asking in a low voice, "Everyone, are you really not willing to make a move?" The Green Wolf King did not appear for a long time. In fact, the monster Sunflower City Lord and the others already believed Fong Ping's words. Otherwise, after fighting until now and killing people from the Destiny bloodline, the Green Wolf King would have long been furious. Now it seemed that it was indeed being held back by someone. The few of them looked at each other, a little hesitant. Should they make a move or not? P.S. I wanted to make up for the last basic update tonight. My eyes are very blurry. I'll try to make it up before the new year. Chapter 775. The royal court is no longer able to govern the Outland. The same goes for the True King Hall. Fong Ping saw their hesitation and said lightly, "If we start a full-scale war with the Land of Rebirth, it will take at most 3 to 5 years, at least 1 to 2 years. By then, the Imperial Sea Mountain blockade will no longer exist. Maybe it will be different." Now, these Outland powerhouses did not listen to orders. That was based on the fact that the humans had sealed the Imperial Sea Mountain. Once the full-scale war came, the Imperial Sea Mountain blockade would no longer exist. Although these Outland rank 9s were numerous, they were no match for the royal court. One sky plant army was enough to wipe out a region, coming one region at a time. The sky plant army, combined with some troops at the border, was enough to wipe out the entire Outland. Monster Sunflower City Lord's expression changed for a while. He said in a low voice, "Commander Mu worries too much. Although we are Outland City Lords, we are also the Royal Court's divine generals. How can we ignore the Royal Court? However, Commander Mu does not have the Royal Court's secret order. That's why we are hesitating." As soon as he said that, another city Lord Powerhouse said, "That's right. However, things have come to this. Since Commander Mu swore in the name of the True King, we will obey your order." They had already made up their minds. Since they had already started, then they should start. Wipe out the Destiny bloodline. The Destiny bloodline had 7 cities and 14 rank, 9 powerhouses. However, Old Manly and the rest had killed 3 rank 9s. Monster Bamboo City Lord and the rest had killed 2. In total, they had killed 5 rank 9s. 4 of them were from the Destiny bloodline. After killing these 2 monsters, the Destiny bloodline would only have 8 rank 9 powerhouses left in the 7 southern regions. The Sky Plants bloodline would still have 9. This way, even if both sides were to fight, the Sky Plants bloodline would still have the advantage. Now that they had offended the royal court and the Lord, although it was nothing now, once the full-scale war started and the Imperial Sea Mountain was no longer sealed, they would be in big trouble. The monster Sunflower City Lord said no more. They were just about to join the battle when Fong Ping said suddenly, "Monster Sunflower Guardian, stay here to prevent MCMAU people from causing trouble." Monster plants were quite powerful. Monster plant 5 cities. Now there were 3 monster plants here. Monster Bamboo and Monster Cypress had gone to join the battle. Fang Ping planned to leave this big sunflower behind. The mayor of Monster Sunflower City glanced at Li Changsheng and the others. He nodded slightly and said, "Then the Guardian will stay behind to watch over these people. We will quickly kill the 2 monster kings." As he spoke, the Monster Sunflower City Lord glanced into the depths and frowned. The powerhouses of the other cities might have already sensed the change. Once these people come, there were 14 experts from the Heavens Mandate bloodline. Even though 4 of them were dead and 2 monsters were surrounded, there were still 8 rank 9 experts who had not arrived yet. Fang Ping smiled and said, "It's fine, they won't dare to act rashly. Let's kill these 2 demonic beasts first. After the Bamboo King defeats the Green Wolf King, we'll wait for the Bamboo King's arrangements." That's good too. Hearing that they had to wait for the Bamboo King to come back and make arrangements, the few of them no longer had any objections. The Bamboo King was their direct superior and a real king. His words were more reliable than Mu He's. The 3 city masters quickly joined the battle. 5 city lords, 2 monster plants, and 7 rank 9s besieged 2 monsters. Among the 7 rank 9s, 3 of them were from Origin Dao. The 2 monster plants were Essence Dao experts, and the Monster Sunflower City Lord was also an Essence Dao expert. It was not difficult for them to surround and kill the 2 Essence Dao monsters. They just needed some time. In this place, the monsters were very powerful. Fang Ping was not surprised. Many of the monsters' rank 9 powerhouses would choose to come to the Outland. Instead, most of the catacombs' human powerhouses stayed in the restricted area. There's not much time left. Fang Ping calculated in his heart. Zhang Tao and Warlord were definitely stronger than the 2 catacombs' true kings. However, as time went on, the other catacombs' true kings would definitely come to help. When that time came, everything would be exposed. Not to mention, there were still many Magic City catacombs, rank 9s, who had not come to join the battle. The longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for MCMAU. Fang Ping did not look at the battle over there anymore. He looked at the towering Monster Sunflower and said, "Monster Sunflower Protection, please open a sunflower leaf and wrap these people in it to prevent them from escaping." The big sunflower did not respond, but a huge leaf extended from its branches. Fang Ping did not waste any time. He looked at Wang Jinyang and the rest and shouted, "Go! Escort them into the Monster Sunflower Protection sunflower leaf. Keep an eye on them." Very quickly, a few people escorted Li Changsheng and Wu Chuan onto the leaf. As for Wu Quishan, there was no need for him to die. Fang Ping did not care about them. He walked up to Guo Xinquan and the other 2. At this moment, the 3 of them looked sad. When they saw Fang Ping, although they had no more strength to fight, their faces were full of mockery and disdain. "Catacombs bastards, you will all die sooner or later. Noisy!" Fang Ping snorted coldly. He lifted his leg and kicked them, sending them flying and landing beside Wu Quishan. Fang Ping went to check on Lu Polu. Lu Polu was already on the verge of death. He did not even have the strength to speak. His golden body had completely collapsed. There was no longer golden blood flowing out of his body. Instead, it was blood-red blood that did not stop bleeding. His golden body had completely exhausted all its potential. Fang Ping took a deep breath. He lifted him up and threw him beside Wu Quishan. He continued walking forward. In front of him, there was only Lu Fengru. Lu Fengru's chest was pierced through. There was no sign of life in her body. Fang Ping went forward to check. He was speechless for a while. He quietly lifted her up and threw her beside Wu Quishan and the rest again. At this moment, from the direction of Hope City in the distance, dozens of people jumped down from the city wall, rushing toward this side. Fang Ping took a look. His expression did not change. He said in a cold tone, "Mere middle-level martial artists want to die too? Idiots." He did not care about those people. After dealing with these, he returned to Yao Kuei's side again. He took a look at the monster bamboo city, Lord, and the rest. Seeing that these people were afraid of the two monsters and had been fighting outside, Fang Ping's eyes revealed a hint of coldness. These guys were really greedy for life and afraid of death. 7 rank 9s besieging 2 monsters. Initially, he thought that it could be settled quickly. Now it seemed that it might not be so. This is good too. It's also because of this that Old Man Li and the rest can hold on until now. If all the powerhouses in the catacombs in the outer realm were not afraid of death, that would be a disaster for mankind. More than 10 rank 9s besieging Old Man Li and the rest. If a few rank 9s really joined the battle with the determination to die, Old Man Li and the rest would have been killed long ago. I can't delay any longer. Although Fang Ping felt a little regretful, he also understood that the priority was to save people. Killing people could be done sooner or later. He had to save these people first. Taking a deep breath, Fang Ping looked at Yao Kuei and said slowly, "Guardian Yao Kuei, I came here from the palace this time. Before I came, I met Guardian Tian Yu once." As soon as these words came out, Big Sunflower's mentality fluctuated. Tian Yu, Lord, what instructions does he have? Tian Yu was the true king of the Guardian clans. He was also one of the few true kings of the Monster Plant clan. These guardian monster plants in the outer realm were also under Tian Yu's control. Lord Tian Yu said. Big Sunflower concentrated, waiting for the next part. Fang Ping seemed to be hesitating. In fact, he was waiting for some movement. At least he had to let those people fight for a while more, consume more energy. When old Zhang could not hold on anymore, there should be a signal. Fang Ping was waiting. Big Sunflower saw that he stopped halfway and was a little dissatisfied. Fang Ping coughed softly, smiled, and said, "The situation is a little complicated. Recently, there has been some turmoil in the palace. Sky Plant City's defense system has some problems. Lord Tianyu is considering if he should recruit some monster plant divine generals to return to the palace and guard Sky Plant City." Fang Ping made up a few sentences. Big Sunflower listened carefully. Did Lord Tian you want to recruit monster plants from the outer realm to Sky Plant City? Although Sky Plant City's cultivation environment was good, it might not be comparable to the outer realm. It would not be of much help to the path of a true king. Big Sunflower was also thinking at this moment. Should it answer the call? Just as it was thinking, Big Sunflower suddenly turned its flower disc and looked at Hope City. There seemed to be powerhouses coming in. Just as it turned its flower disc, Fang Ping's mentality suddenly fluctuated. Do it! Not only his side, but there was also a sudden explosion in the direction of Imperial Sea Mountain. The true king was back. The monster Sunflower City Lord and the others were also attracted by the movement in the direction of Imperial Sea Mountain. Big Sunflower looked in the direction of Hope City while its mentality spread out and began to look in the direction of Imperial Sea Mountain with a few distractions on the branches and leaves of Big Sunflower. Two powerful forces suddenly rose. Break through the air. Slash! Wu Chuan and Old Man Li exploded instantly. Both of them exploded with their strongest attacks. They were already on Big Sunflower's branches and leaves. One of them slashed directly at Big Sunflower's heart core, while the other directly broke through the air and attacked its brain core. At this moment, no one cared that after they killed it, they would be unable to forge a divine weapon. When killing demons, the heart core and brain core were also the easiest to kill. Rumble. Crack. Two crisp sounds were heard. Wu Chuan directly smashed a section of the tree trunk with one palm, smashing the blood-red heart core in the branch. Old Man Li's sky-breaking sword also smashed Big Sunflower's brain core in an instant. Big Sunflower, the plant monster of origins, almost did not have time to react and was killed in an instant. Go! Fang Ping roared. Without another word, The two rank nines picked up the people on the ground and ran in the direction of Hope City. Fang Ping also put the big sunflower that had been broken into 3 pieces into the storage space in an instant and ran in the direction of Hope City. In the direction of Hope City, Zhang Weiyu's aura exploded and began to come to support. The monster Sunflower City Lord and the others were still entangled by the 2 monsters. For a moment, they were attracted by the movement in the direction of Imperial Sea Mountain. At this time, they suddenly did not know what to do. He, the monster Sunflower City Lord, looked incredulous. How could this be? At this time, from the direction of Imperial Sea Mountain, a mentality swept over. Warlord laughed and said, Kid Zhang has already returned to the ground. Retreat quickly. Zhang Tao had already returned. Zhang Weiyu's entry now was probably arranged by Zhang Tao to support him. Fang Ping did not need him to say anything. At this moment, he was already shouting quickly, Retreat! Retreat to Magic City! Quick! As he spoke, Fang Ping returned to his original state. Not far away, Chun Yunqi and the others saw Fang Ping. They were all extremely shocked. They could not care less and retreated toward Hope City, one after another. After a moment, Zhang Weiyu rushed over. With a solemn expression, he said, I'm sorry. He was originally prepared to enter, but Zhang Tao went back a step earlier and told him to wait. The other party still had more than 10 rank 9s. If Zhang Weiyu entered in advance, he might follow in the footsteps of Old Man Li and the others and be surrounded and killed. It would be safer for Zhang Weiyu to enter only when Fang Ping had a way to make the other party chaotic. If Fang Ping could not make the other party chaotic, Zhang Tao would rather Zhang Weiyu not enter the catacombs. Otherwise, if Zhang Weiyu entered at that time, it would also be a dead end. They could not afford to lose a few MCME members, and then Zhang Weiyu. Fang Ping said nothing. At this moment, Old Man Li was dragging a lot of people. He shouted, Stop talking nonsense. Retreat first. Has Minister Zhang gone back? He's gone back. Then retreat. All right. Zhang Weiyu said no more. At the back, the powerhouses had already stopped fighting, no longer besieging the 2 beasts. Each of them looked dazed. What should they do now? Monster Sunflower City Lord's eyes were dark. He gritted his teeth and said, We've been tricked. Monster Sunflower Guardian was killed. Moreover, they had killed 2 Destiny Lineage City Lords themselves. This matter was probably going to be troublesome. The 2 beasts could not care less. As soon as these people stopped fighting, the 2 heavily injured beasts fled quickly. Seeing the scene, Wu Chuan suddenly said, Should we kill them instead? At this moment, he and Old Man Li had recovered most of their combat strength. Zhang Weiyu was here too. If the 3 of them joined forces and fought against 7 Heavenly Plants lineage powerhouses, they might not lose. Fang Ping said angrily, Go back first. If there's a chance, kill them. At this time, he did not want these people to continue fighting. Killing some foreign rank 9s would not play a key role. Instead, they would have to be careful of dying. The most important thing now was to save people. Wu Quishan's aura disappeared. It was not Fang Ping's trick. His mentality was about to collapse completely, his aura dissipating. However, he was not dead yet. Fang Ping punched and kicked him, channeling a lot of imperishable substances to save his life. However, if this dragged on, Wu Quishan might really die. Hearing that, Wu Chuan said no more. Everyone quickly evacuated to Hope City. Behind them, the powerhouses did not chase after them. At this time, the void trembled. An angry roar came. You bunch of trash! Damn it! You actually failed to destroy MCMAU. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the 2 fleeing beasts roared violently. In the next moment, Green Wolf King, who was still unaware of the situation, roared, How dare you! Lord Green Wolf King, Monster Sunflower City Lord, could not care less about Monster Sunflower's death. He could not care less about the MCMAU, people who were fleeing. He braced himself and explained. The other party pretended to be the royal court's messenger. Bastard! Green Wolf King did not listen to the explanation. At this time, another mentality came, saying lightly, "We already know about this matter." Fang Ping pretended to be someone from Divine Land and caused a great disaster. You are ignorant and have committed a grave mistake. This matter will be discussed later. Now, seal the Resurrection Passageway and destroy Hope City. This was Bamboo King's voice. Things had come to this, and there was no turning back. The urgent matter now was to destroy Hope City, seal the passageway, and not give the resurrected martial artists a chance to enter. As for killing their way out of the passageway, King Wu had already returned. Killing their way out now would be suicide. There was no need for that. Once King Wu was pinned down, these people could kill their way out from the passageway. Monster Sunflower City's city lord and the others did not dare to say more. One after another, they charged toward Hope City. Although Green Wolf King was annoyed, he knew that this was not the time to pursue the matter. He shouted again, "All the other god generals, gather and station at the Resurrection Passageway." Although Destiny lineage had suffered a great loss, they still had 2 fleeing beasts and 10 rank 9s. 2 monster plants from Tenji lineage had died. Other than the 5 city lords and 2 monster plants, there was still 1 monster plant left to guard the city. There were still 18 rank 9s among the powerhouses in the city. They were stationed outside the passageway, and as long as there was an opportunity, they could charge out of the passageway and create chaos. The experts of the 7 southern regions didn't dare to refute. The 2 true monarchs were furious and reached an agreement. Even the 2 demonic beasts that had fled began to fly back. 18 rank 9s had to station themselves outside the passageway, waiting for an opportunity. As for hating the heavenly plant bloodline, that was another topic. In the passageway, Zhang Weiyu brought up the rear. Fang Ping did not say a word. An imperishable mass appeared in his hand, and he stuffed it into Wu Quishen's body. Then he took out a box of life essence and poured it into Lu Fenger's mouth. Then he divided a mass of indestructible matter into many balls and gave them to Guo Shengquan and the others. After checking the situation, Fang Ping said in a low voice, "Teacher's mentality has been shattered. His situation is similar to Old Man Li's. He should be able to be saved with a large amount of life essence. The principle's quintessence, Tao, has been severely damaged. Origin Tao. If one's Tao source was damaged, it would be fine if they were lightly injured, but if they were heavily injured, they would end up in the same state as King Lord. This was a problem that even absolute apex experts would find hard to resolve." Fang Ping did not speak, and neither did the others. The atmosphere seemed to be slightly depressing. Very soon, everyone exited the passageway. Outside the passageway, Zhang Tao had already arrived. He took a look at everyone's situation, not saying a word. Behind Zhang Tao, Tang Feng and the others were all there. When they saw Fang Ping and the others, although they were surprised, they did not ask anything. Very soon, Tang Feng suddenly said, Dean Huang." A hint of sadness flashed across Old Man Li's eyes. Very quickly he smiled and said, "Old Huang left first to see the teacher. It's okay. It's okay now. We've earned big this time. From start to finish, we've killed a total of 6 rank 9s. 6 rank 9s, we've earned big. Old Huang died, trying to save me. The ones I killed were killed by him. I've killed quite a few rank 9s. It's all on him. He's earned big. Old Huang is so happy." The entire underground hall was extremely quiet. Some of the students started sobbing softly. Seeing this, Fang Ping said in a low voice, "Instructors and students below high ranks, go back to school. What are you standing here for? Go back. The principal and the others, we have our own arrangements. If you really want to share the burden, then improve your ability." Fang Ping shouted, You're not even high ranks. You're worse than cannon fodder. Go back to school first. Everyone looked ashamed. The martial artists below high ranks stopped talking and turned to leave. After they left, the hall became empty. Fong Ping took a look at the passageway behind him and said, "Minister, will they come out?" "I wouldn't dare. In that case, if the apex is on the ground, we'll be safe if we retreat." "That's right." Fong Ping was silent for a moment. He said slowly, "This time, the apex have all gone to Mount Imperial Sea. None of them were left. What are you trying to say?" Zhang Tao said calmly, "Are you trying to say that we did it on purpose? Or are you trying to say that we should leave one person on the ground to give MCMAU a chance to retreat?" "Fong Ping, we're humans too. We're not gods. We can't predict everything. Also, we're protecting the entire human race, the entire Sino nation, not just one family or one place. You, Fong Ping, and the rest are very important to us. That's why we need to protect you first and rescue you. Is it to save you or MCMAU? As for the reinforcements you mentioned, all the rank 9s have gone to join the war. The capital city catacombs are also at war. Everyone is fighting. If there are no reinforcements in the capital city catacombs, it might be the capital city catacombs that will be breached. Fong Ping, tell me, should we protect the capital city catacombs first or the magic city catacombs first? We've already gained the upper hand in the capital city catacombs. This time we've killed many rank 9s, but the war is still going on. Everyone can't get away. Zhang Weiyu is the target of all the powerhouses in the catacombs. If he enters early, he might become the main target. He's not far from the apex. Is Zhang Weiyu's safety more important, or the safety of the MCMAU martial artists? Zhang Tao said calmly, "We can choose. That's why I chose Capital City, you guys, and Zhang Weiyu. MCMAU can only save itself." After saying that, Zhang Tao continued, "Using Huang Jing's death in exchange for such a great victory, it's worth it. Reality has proven that our choice was right. In this world, there's no one who can't die. You, Fong Ping, are the same. Today, if it weren't for the fact that you're still useful and worthy of our rescue, we wouldn't have destroyed the entire plan for the sake of the few of you. We wouldn't have risked our lives to save you guys. Fong Ping, it doesn't matter if you're unwilling or resentful. This is the reality." Fong Ping was silent for a while. He said slowly, "I don't blame the minister. I don't have the right to. I only blame my own incompetence. If I had the ability, I wouldn't have ended up like this." "Enough!" Old Manly shouted. "How can there be no deaths in war? Fong Ping, you're not a savior. Zhang Tao isn't one either. Before you came to MCMAU people died every year. This is unavoidable. The war has been going on for so many years. Every year, people die. Every day, people die. Others can die, but so can Huang Jing. The only thing we can do is to take revenge. We can only destroy the catacombs completely. Only then will the tragedy never happen again. Huang Jing has lived to this age. It's not a loss. Do you think you're a god? Can you make MCMAU not have any more deaths? What you need to do now is to take care of the living, not the dead. Saving Old Wu and Lu Fengru is what you should be doing. Who are you trying to show your gloomy face to? If Zhang Tao had the ability to keep people alive, the catacombs would have been conquered long ago. Do you think it's your turn to talk nonsense? Old Man Li berated him. He looked around and said in a low voice, "Losing the battle in Magic City is MCMAU's responsibility. It's our own responsibility. We can't blame anyone else. Don't let your imagination run wild. Also, Fong Ping, don't blame yourself. Do you think that without you, a war like this wouldn't have happened? Old Huang is dead. Think of a way to take revenge. Acting like a little girl is not what a martial artist should do. Not what a powerhouse should do. This is war. People die in war." Old Man Li said in a low voice, "All right, the rest of you go back." You guys help with the funeral of old Huang and the others. We'll stay here for a few more days. As for old Wu and Lu Fengru, we'll think of something. Everyone was silent for a moment before leaving. The concourse fell silent again. Fang Ping found an empty space and sat down. After a long time, he said, "Save people first. Don't mention anything else. Since you're not strong enough, then become stronger. If people are dead, then take revenge. If Magic City's catacombs are lost, then fight back. I'm not as weak as everyone thinks. I don't want to blame anyone for other people's deaths, including myself. I'm just angry at this world. War. In the end, it's full of scars, no matter who wins or loses." Chapter 776. In the underground hall. After Fang Ping said that, he fell silent. Everyone else fell silent too. After an unknown amount of time, Fang Ping suddenly burst out laughing. Everyone looked at each other. Had this guy really suffered a huge blow? Fang Ping. Li Chongqing looked worried, a little worried. Fang Ping looked up at him and smiled. "I'm fine, instructor. I'm really fine. Actually, I've thought it through. People die in war." "I just thought of something interesting," Fang Ping said slowly. "I was thinking that catacombs martial artists can be resurrected. Ancient martial artists can be resurrected. There's no reason why neo-martial era martial artists can't." Fang Ping continued smiling. "I was thinking that after a few years, old Huang and the others will be resurrected and suddenly become children. It's fine if they don't have memories. If they do, won't it be interesting? I was thinking that if people like the old vice-chancellor and the others are resurrected and become women, won't it be even more interesting? If their memories are recovered then, that will be even more interesting. I was thinking that if old Huang becomes a man and falls for the old vice-chancellor's resurrected woman, won't that be even more interesting? Ha ha ha, interesting. I'm looking forward to it." Everyone looked at each other. Was this guy crazy? Fang Ping was not crazy. Instead, he said very seriously, "It's true. If they can be resurrected, there's no reason why we can't. I'm only thinking about one thing now. If we need to recover our memories, what are the conditions? When catacombs humans die, everyone can be resurrected, the kind that can be directly resurrected. That means that humans can do it too. What's the key point? It's the seed of resurrection." At this moment, Fang Ping's eyes were exceptionally bright. The seed of resurrection. If we find the seed of resurrection, will we be able to do it? According to the director, why can catacombs martial artists do it? That's because after they die, their origin will return. When humans die, a part of their origin seems to be intercepted. Intercepted by what? The seed of resurrection. Maybe if we break the seed of resurrection and release the origin, then humans can actually be resurrected directly at a great cost. If that's the case, today's death is nothing. The premise is that we can win when the catacombs in the war find the seed of resurrection, end the war, and let them resurrect in the era of peace. Fang Ping continued, "Moreover, a direct resurrection requires a huge price, an endless amount of life essence and imperishable substances, and this requires the resources of the catacombs. Therefore, the war must be won. Conquer the catacombs, seize everything. Revive the powerhouses who died in battle today, maybe even the weak ones." Hearing this, Zhang Tao's eyes flickered, and he slowly said, "It's not impossible." "Am I right?" Fang Ping chuckled. "So, in the end, we still have to win. How did the powerhouses in the catacombs incite those people to go through fire and water? It was to tell them that they could be resurrected if they conquered Earth. We've conquered the catacombs, so why can't we?" Fang Ping smiled again. "All right, I've thought it through. Then let old Huang and the others sleep for a while. When they wake up, the world will be at peace. That's a good thing." Fang Ping breathed a sigh of relief. He stood up and smiled. "Let's take a look at the Vice-Chancellor and the others first. Don't let them fall asleep too." Also, at this point, Fang Ping paused. His tone returned to normal, and he said, Minister, you chose to rescue Capital City, chose to save me. I should actually thank you. For me, the few of you paragons risked your lives. There's no reason for me not to be grateful. If I blame you instead, then I, Fong Ping, would be an ingrate. But Fong Ping paused. Old man Li looked at him, frowning slightly. Fong Ping said calmly, You guys saved me. This is a favor, I'll remember it. But I didn't save MCMAU, I saved Capital City. From your point of view, it's the same no matter who you save. But from my point of view, it's different. I'd rather Capital City be defeated than Magic City be defeated. Not to mention the few of you, I don't actually owe the rank 9s who went to Capital City to participate in the Catacombs battle this time. On the contrary, they owe me. A lot of people actually owe me, but they didn't have any doubts and gave up MCMAU. From now on, I'll only take care of my little family, not everyone. In the past, I said that I was awesome, but in reality, I was biased towards MCMAU. But the resources that I obtained, I actually distributed them according to their needs, not because of my close relationship. My life essence, divine weapons, imperishable substances, did I give them all to MCMAU? Can't MCMAU's middle and low-ranked martial artists use them? Is it really impossible to increase MCMAU's combat power? I didn't choose to do so, but gave half of the divine weapons to those powerhouses because I know that they need them more and can use them more. But now they chose to give up MCMAU. Then I, Fong Ping, will never do something like this in the future. I will make MCMAU stronger, not them, because their strength did not bring me any help. I'm very selfish, I won't deny this, but I still choose to continue being selfish, even more selfish. Zhang Tao frowned slightly. Old man Li wanted to say something, but stopped. Fong Ping laughed again. What I said should not be wrong. For example, at the auction last time, I sold those divine weapons at half price and gave them away. For example, the Battle of Tiannan, the Battle of Forbidden City. Yes, those grandmasters said that we are also fighting a bloody battle for humanity. I admire them, but I still can't accept that there are no grandmasters to help MCMAU in this battle. You and Commander Li are looking at the big picture, but where the grandmasters choose to go, it's not like there is no room for negotiation. If many grandmasters, including high grandmasters, decided to join MCMAU in the battle, then this would not have happened. I don't blame them, but don't expect me to be like before, to consider their interests instead of MCMAU's. Fong Ping said lightly, If I have divine weapons, I will give them to MCMAU's middle-ranked martial artists first. The same goes for imperishable substances and life essence, because they are willing to fight for MCMAU. If I had done this earlier, MCMAU might have more grandmasters. Zhang Tao did not care. He smiled faintly and said, It's just a personal choice. However, war does not depend on one person. Fong Ping, when you reach my level, you will know that sometimes this kind of choice is actually very difficult to make. Of course, when that time comes, maybe you will think differently. That is also the future, not the present. Fong Ping said firmly, Initially, when I came back this time, I wanted to have a family reunion. I wanted everyone to be happy. I, Fong Ping, may not be very strong, may not be very outstanding, but I have always believed that the strength of others will bring me more feedback. I thought if humanity has one more paragon, I will be a little safer. I thought if there is one more rank 9, humanity's hope of victory will be higher. But now I think it is better to rely on myself than others. Even if I have to help others, I will help those who are closer to me. Minister, your choice may not seem wrong to you, but is it really right? You gave up on MCMAU. Maybe that means you have given up the hope of having one more paragon like now. Initially, I was thinking the Vice-Chancellor has his own path of origin. Instructor Li has his own path of origin. MCMAU does not have other rank 9. Some of the things that I have obtained should be better given to others. For example, Guardian Zhang, who was about to reach the paragon, Grandmaster Kong, who was hope of reaching the paragon. As Fang Ping spoke, a pair of gloves appeared in his hands. He said slowly, "Now, I think maybe I can rely on this to restore the Vice-Chancellor's path of origin. I don't know if it will work, but I would rather waste it on the Vice-Chancellor than give it away for someone else to become stronger." Zhang Tao took a look at the gloves. After a long time, he sighed. The true king's origin inheritance. I didn't expect mysterious Jade True King to have left behind a true king's inheritance long ago. This is beyond my expectations. Fang Ping gritted his teeth. I didn't expect it either. If the Vice-Chancellor was not injured, he would not have followed someone else's path. But now I can only let him try. As he said that, Fang Ping looked at Zhang Tao and asked, Minister, can this save the Vice-Chancellor? Zhang Tao pondered and said maybe it can. This is a true king's entire path of origin inheritance. If mysterious Jade True King is not dead, then this is actually a lost art. But he is dead, then this is his path. But at this moment, Zhang Tao felt a headache coming on. He said slowly, but maybe it will be wasted. Wu Quishan's path of origin has been damaged, but it's hard to tell how much damage it has suffered. If the two paths collide, it may lead to Wu Quishan's death, and mysterious Jade True King's path of origin will also collapse. Fang Ping was unconcerned. I'm willing to try. Aren't you afraid that I won't agree? Zhang Tao glanced at the gloves in his hands and said slowly, If I don't agree and take the gloves away now, what will you do? I won't be able to do anything. This may be related to the birth of a paragon. From my point of view, instead of wasting it on Wu Quishan, why not give it to a martial artist who has the potential to become a paragon, or just give it to a weak rank 9? Maybe it'll be better. Let the other person walk the path of mysterious Jade True King. Zhang Tao sighed. What do you think I should do? Fang Ping said you can take it. If you take it, we won't owe each other anything in the future. I won't owe you anything anymore, Minister. Or, if you have your eyes on Fang Ping, you can take it. If I can use these external objects to free Fang Ping from his emotions, I will only feel at ease. I admire you, even worship you, and am grateful to you. I've always thought that a paragon like you is the true backbone of humanity. I think of you very, very highly, so highly that I feel that disrespecting you is equivalent to betraying humanity. All of this stems from the fact that I think you're a human, a living human with feelings and regrets, not a supreme paragon powerhouse. If you only have the big picture in your eyes, if you think that you can sacrifice everyone and everything for the big picture, then you're no longer the hero that I, Fang Ping, worship the most. Maybe you are in the eyes of others, but not in my eyes. Zhang Tao chuckled. If that's the case, if I take this pair of gloves today, you and I might turn against each other? I won't. Fang Ping said calmly, I won't turn against you because of this, because you're doing this for the big picture. In the future, you'll be the backbone and leader of humanity, but you'll no longer be my elder. It's that simple. On one hand, there might be another paragon. On the other hand, I'll become your elder. Fang Ping, Zhang Tao chuckled. Tell me, what should I choose? I don't know. Fang Ping shook his head and said, But don't worry, Minister. I won't be resentful and betray humanity just because of this. You can't represent all of humanity. If I have the ability, I'll continue to fight until the war is won. You're tricking me, Zhang Tao laughed. He looked at Li Changsheng and the rest, saying slowly, What do you think I should do? Old man, Li said impatiently, How would I know? Judge for yourself. You can either bet that Fang Ping will be more useful than a paragon in the future, or bet that it's better to have one more paragon now. Maybe Fang Ping won't even have the chance to grow to become a paragon. It's hard for him to even step into the origin path. In my opinion, you should just take the gloves away and find someone who has the potential to become a paragon to groom. You're provoking me too? Zhang Tao laughed again. You're dissatisfied too. You also think that maybe this time we should let others rescue MCME, right? No. Old man, Lee shook his head. If I'm the one dying, then I won't think so much. Actually, I think I should have died a long time ago. But it's not me who's dying. It's old Huang. Now old Wu might die too. Then I'll be very dissatisfied. Because you want to take the gloves away and give up on old Wu. Of course. I'll be even more dissatisfied. If you're dissatisfied, will you continue to fight for humanity? Of course. Old man Lee frowned. We're not fighting in the catacombs for you guys. You're leaders, not masters. You're fighting in the catacombs for the sake of humanity's survival. It's the same for us. Then, fighting in the catacombs and continuing to fight is not because of your orders. If it was only because of your orders, then today there wouldn't be so many martial artists willing to go through fire and water and fight until the last moment. Leaders. Actually, you shouldn't have personal feelings. Zhang Tao sighed. He looked at Fang Ping and said softly, if you want to be a leader, you can't mix too many personal feelings. When it's necessary, you must sacrifice even your family. Fang Ping, do you understand what I mean? Fang Ping was silent for a moment. He shook his head. I understand, but I don't want to be a leader like that. No, maybe I'm only suitable to be the leader of a small group and not a selfless leader. Minister, maybe you've misunderstood. I said that I'm the leader of the younger generation, the future leader. Maybe you took it seriously, but that doesn't mean that I really think so. You might think that I want to be like you, but you're wrong. I don't want to be like that. If one day I have to choose between the big picture and my family, I think the possibility of me choosing my family is higher. No, it's very, very high, more than 90%. Fang Ping raised his head and looked at Zhang Tao. He said seriously, if you want to groom me to be your successor, then you don't have to. Actually, strictly speaking, I've been lying to everyone. Ironhead and the rest think that I'm the Celestial Emperor. Maybe that's what they think. Maybe it's just to hypnotize themselves. But they do see me as a leader, a savior-like figure. But I'm not. Everything I'm doing is for myself, not for others. If you think that I really think that way just because I say I want to be a leader, you're wrong too. I'm just bragging and fooling everyone. Something about leading humanity to defeat the catacombs. I have this thought, but it's not for humanity, it's for myself. Zhang Tao gave him a deep look and smiled. People think differently and do things differently at different stages. When you really reach that stage, you'll realize that everything is different. When I was young, I never thought that I wanted to be this savior, to be the leader of humanity. At that time, all I thought about was survival and survival. But when I reached this stage, my thinking naturally changed. At least I haven't changed now. That's only what you think. You think that you're only doing it for yourself. But in the eyes of many, you're the leader of the new generation. If you, Fang Ping, give up and despair, maybe the whole new generation will give up and become dispirited. Do you really think that you can escape from all of this? I don't have that much ability and prestige. I know. Zhang Tao smiled faintly. You think that you're just fooling around, pretending. But the moment you pretend that you're very strong, pretend that you're omnipotent, pretend that you're selfless. In fact, you've already done all of this. Zhang Tao laughed. The scariest thing about humans isn't pretending, but when you pretend until everyone believes you. At that time, you'll realize that you can't get rid of them. If you say that you're not the Celestial Emperor, maybe Li Hansong and the rest know that it's fake. But when you pretend to the end, the fake will also become the real one. As Zhang Tao said that, he looked at Li Hansong beside him and said thoughtfully, if today the real Celestial Emperor returns, and I mean if there really is such a person, and Li Hansong, you know that he's real, between him and Fang Ping, who will you choose? Li Hansong said dryly, Fang Ping. Zhang Tao laughed. Did you hear that? Fang Ping. Sometimes people don't have a choice. Fang Ping could not help but laugh. He quickly said, Minister, I don't want to dwell on this right now. I just want to know whether you'll take the gloves or use them to save the Vice-Chancellor. Zhang Tao took the gloves and stroked them for a moment before sighing. Perhaps I've made a mistake this time. Perhaps you know what you're doing, and I've underestimated you. I think you're being unscrupulous. Maybe you've overestimated me. You think I'll help you wrap things up, because you think everything you've done will ultimately be greater than everything I've sacrificed. Zhang Tao spoke in a roundabout way, but Fang Ping nodded and said, "That's right. That's exactly what I think. I felt that everything I did was within my control. In the end, the gains would be greater than the effort, so I did it. But I never thought that you would choose to give up. You felt that it wasn't worth it. Perhaps I overestimated myself." Zhang Tao ignored him and looked at Wu Quishan, muttering, "The mystic jade true monarch's origin Dao is still considered complete." It was hard to tell if his origin Dao was completely destroyed or if there were some remnants left. Once a conflict broke out, the probability of his death was very high. "Fang Ping, are you sure you want to do this? Are you sure you don't want to take the gloves away? Now that things have come to this, I can only bet on you once more." Zhang Tao sighed. One more paragon might not change anything, but one more capable grandson might save a life in the future. No matter how I think about it, it's better to have one more grandson. Fang Ping's expression did not change. He shook his head and said, "I don't want to be a grandson." "Whatever." Zhang Tao smiled and said, "But even if I don't take the gloves, some things still have to be given. Don't think that I'll really forget just because you're trying to goad me." Zhang Tao laughed. "No matter what you think, or whether you think you should help others, those are your thoughts. I have my own thoughts too. Since you're using the true monarch's ultimate technique as a reward, and I don't want it, then you have to pay a corresponding price. 10,000 caddies of energy stones, 5 tons. This is the price we have to pay for fighting the catacombs' true monarch for you. 2,000 caddies of energy stones. I helped Wu Quishan protect him and used the true monarch's ultimate technique to stimulate his origin Dao, which is extremely dangerous. This is not a simple matter. Although Wu Quishan was injured in the line of duty, he is now equivalent to a dead man. Saving a dead man is actually an extra effort. Also, you lost the Magic City catacombs, and all this was caused by you taking the initiative to guard the Magic City catacombs. The Magic City catacombs has always been in our hands. This is the responsibility of losing the territory, and you need to pay the price. I'll take 3,000 caddies of energy stones from you. Of course, it's not free. If MCMAU still wants to take back the Magic City catacombs, all the departments will do their best to help. However, if you want to take back a catacombs that has already been lost, you'll have to pay a greater price and sacrifice. This is to pay for your mistake. A total of 15,000 caddies of energy stones, rank 9. Zhang Tao smiled faintly. Beside him, Old Manly snorted. "You might as well go dig MCMAU's energy mine. I'll give it all to you." Looting a burning house, right? MCMAU is responsible for the current situation, but you're not. You're MCMAU's direct leader. When the Magic City catacombs were lost, it was also you who did nothing to save them. Now, you still have the face to ask for these? Zhang Tao said indifferently, "Why should I not have the face to ask for them? I've done my best, but you guys insisted on guarding the Magic City catacombs. I didn't force you, but in the end, the Magic City catacombs that haven't been lost for more than 60 years were lost in your hands. That's also because of your incompetence as leaders. Li Changshen as a person, you still need to have a conscience." Zhang Tao sighed. "Sometimes we're also powerless. MCMAU has taken the initiative to provoke the catacombs' powerhouses again and again. In the end, it's a big mess. You can't push all the responsibility to me." Old Manly frowned. "Still, we can't seize the last of MCMAU's assets now. MCMAU wants to fight back the Magic City catacombs. Without the mineral vein, the progress of our strength will be slow. How can we counterattack? That's still to pay for yourself, Zhang Tao said, then added. Of course, if there really is no more resources, the martial arts universities will still allocate funds according to the previous allocation. Don't worry, MCMAU won't starve to death. 5,000 caddies. That won't do. 8,000 caddies. If you want more, you can just kill old Wu yourself. We don't care anymore. Saving him requires money. This doesn't make sense. You might as well just kill him and be done with it. Zhang Tao sighed. Forget it. Let's not talk about Wu Quishan anymore. 13,000 caddies. Beside him, Fang Ping said impatiently, save him first. It's only 15,000 caddies of energy stones. If the Vice-Chancellor and the others are alive, the energy stones are nothing. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping tossed them casually. In an instant, the entire concourse was filled with energy stones. Fang Ping did not even look at them. He said, saving the Vice-Chancellor is much stronger than these external objects. The desperate leader still can't see this point at this point. Minister, sometimes you really lack something. But perhaps this is how you can be considered a real living person, and not the legendary true God. Chapter 777. The concourse was now piled full of energy stones. Zhang Tao glanced at Fang Ping, not saying a word. Fang Ping, on the other hand, looked calm. He said, These energy stones are nothing. I've never cared about these worldly possessions. If I want to take, I can take a lot. Most of the time, I'm just not willing to take the risk. Including the big business that I told you about before. It fell through, because I'm not in the mood or interested in doing it now. Fang Ping was not pretending to be rich in front of Zhang Tao. He was only telling Zhang Tao, you're wrong. You shouldn't have given up on MCMAU because of some ideas. If I didn't come back, MCMAU might have been completely destroyed. Everything I can give is worth it for you. What I can give is more than what anyone else can give. MCMAU is worth it for you to give. I've been showing my value since a long time ago. I want a lot of people to understand that I'm worth it for them to protect me. Not just me, but also when it comes to making choices. Fang Ping said self-deprecatingly, I thought I was doing very well. In the end, I still overestimated myself. Minister, ask yourself, is losing the capital city catacombs more difficult to accept than losing the magic city catacombs? Zhang Tao said calmly, they're people too. Yes, I admit it, but you said that the big picture is more important. If that's the case in terms of benefits, saving MCMAU is more beneficial. Fang Ping suddenly said reluctantly, Vice-Chancellor has embarked on the origin path. Instructor Li has united all paths. Guo Shangquan and the other 3 instructors have also embarked on their own origin path, and me. I'm an MCMAU student. I can give more to MCMAU. Give more to humanity. I can do more. If that's the case, it's okay for people to die. After weighing the pros and cons, if you're truly selfless, you should have chosen to save MCMAU. Not because of your so-called teaching me a lesson. You're actually biased, and you don't even know it. As he spoke, a large number of energy stones, energy liquids, life essence, all kinds of treasures appeared in front of Fang Ping, and dozens of divine weapons. There were even a few rank 9 divine weapons, including 3 divine fruits with extraordinary charm, a whole heavenly golden lotus, a maple fruit. Fang Ping said again, This is my gain. And this is only in terms of resources. This trip to the restricted area is more meaningful and rewarding than you imagined. And because of your distrust, MCMAU was almost destroyed. Maybe. Zhang Tao sighed and shook his head. All right, stop showing off your harvest. I understand what you're trying to say. If you want to prove me wrong, it's not enough now. Let's talk about it later. As he spoke, Zhang Tao casually waved his hand, and Wu Quishan floated up into the air. Zhang Tao glanced at Fang Ping. Since you have the money, then go with the best plan. I need 50 kilograms of life essence to protect his body." Just as he spoke, he suddenly frowned and stretched out his hand to grab a large mass of imperishable substance from Wu Quishen's body. At this moment, Zhang Tao stared at the imperishable substance in silence for a long time. Beside him, Old Man Li chuckled suddenly. He chuckled and said, "It's fine if Old Huang dies. Fang Ping, Old Huang still has a son in the military department. When he returns, he'll also be a peak rank 6 martial artist. When the time comes, put in some effort and smash it all the way to rank 7. No, smash it all the way to rank 8. It's not a big deal to waste a little. We don't lack money." Not far away, Wu Chuan suddenly sighed. "Just smash me all the way to the pinnacle. Minister Zhang thinks that Magic City is not as important as Capital City. In my opinion, Magic City is still more important. Kid Fang Ping, I've come to Magic City this time." Zhang Tao glanced at him and smiled faintly. "I don't have any objections. If he's capable, he can get another true king's ultimate skill. Remember, the kind that has to die, and the kind that has just died, the kind that has a complete inheritance." Fang Ping ignored him. He looked at Wu Chuan and said, "Brother Wu, when you reach the pinnacle, I can't help you much with the origin path. But even if you reach the pinnacle, you still have to forge a golden body. This is for you." As he said that, Fang Ping gave out 10 masses of imperishable substance, 1,000 yuan for one. Wu Chuan was stunned. "So much?" Fang Ping smiled. "If it's not enough, you can tell me. When the golden body is strong, even if the origin path is slightly weaker, it's still a top-notch rank 9. Alright, there's still a divine weapon." As he said that, Fang Ping passed Feng Extermination's halberd to Wu Chuan and said, "Your divine weapon has self-destructed, so I'll give this to you. The House of Guardians in the south should also be lacking some energy stones. I'll give you 5,000 caddies." Wu Chuan suddenly felt like he was in a dream. Countless imperishable substance, a rank 9 divine weapon, 5,000 caddies of energy stones. Zhang Tao's eyebrows twitched. He suddenly picked up Wu Quishen and left, saying as he walked, "Use life essence to soak Lu Fengru." "All right, I have about a ton. That should be enough." Zhang Tao's footsteps halted. The next moment, he disappeared with Wu Quishen. After he left, Old Man Li could not help but laugh. "Why provoke him now?" "I'm not provoking him." Fang Ping gritted his teeth. "He doesn't care about these things, and he doesn't lack these things. I know what he's thinking. All he thinks about is Sino Nation's overall strength becoming stronger. He wants to produce a few more pinnacles. He thinks a lot, but he has never considered whether we're willing or not." Fang Ping sighed. "Actually, no matter what, it's because we're not strong enough. Otherwise, we wouldn't have ended up like this. Actually, I have no reason to blame him. He's already sacrificed a lot. I just don't want him to use MCMU as a pawn." Fang Ping, Old Man Li patted his shoulder and said, "Let's understand each other. Your home is MCMAU. His home is Sino Nation." "Actually, I can understand him. You should try to understand him too. Understand?" "I understand. It just doesn't feel good," Fang Ping said, shaking his head. "Forget it. I won't think about it anymore." "Oh, right." Fang Ping suddenly laughed. "Instructor, do you think he'll embezzle some imperishable substance?" Cough, cough, cough. Old Man Li coughed softly. He could not help but laugh. He did not say anything. Fang Ping did not say anything else. He opened a bottle and poured out a large amount of life essence. He picked Lu Fengru up and wrapped her in the life essence. Then he used his mentality to imprison the life essence to prevent it from escaping. Old Man Li glanced at it, then at the items in the hall. He kicked Qin Fengqing away and asked, "You've gained quite a lot this time. How much in total?" "I didn't count." Fang Ping smiled. When he left Sky Plant City, He had 1,000 caddies of energy liquid and 30,000 caddies of energy stones. There were a total of 9 petals from the heavenly golden lotus, 8 golden body fruits, 130 sunflower fruits, more than 250 kilograms of life essence, 1 grade, 9 divine weapon, 5 grade, 7 divine weapons, 1 storage ring, divine accumulation fruit, meridian molding flower, 100 tempering fruit in the end. He got 800 caddies of life essence from Ji Yao on the way. In the land of kings, Fang Ping seized many more items, including by Shan Yue, Ji Yao, and Hua Yu's storage rings. Fang Ping checked them now. The land of kings had also gained a lot. 2 holy fruits. There were about 600 caddies of life essence, mainly carried by Ji Yao. By Shan Yue and Hua Yu's were almost used up. There were almost no energy stones, but there was a lot of source liquid. The few of them had quite a lot, at least 1,500 caddies. In terms of divine weapons, Fang Ping did not get the other people's rank, 9 divine weapons. He got by Shan Yue's rank, 9 battle axe, 6 rank, 8 divine weapons, and close to 40 rank, 7 divine weapons. Among them, Ji Yao had the most treasures. Her storage ring was also very big. It was almost 10 cubic meters, twice the size of Feng exterminations. Other than these, there were many treasures in Ji Yao's storage ring. There were 10 golden fruits and a spare rank, 9 longsword. The Ji family was indeed powerful. As for the sky golden lotus, there were 3 of them. 3 heavenly golden lotuses, 1 holy fruit, 1 maple fruit, and 10 golden body fruits from Fang Ping. These few items alone might be enough for Ji Yao to step into the later stage of rank 8. However, the gains in the land of kings had not increased his wealth. Fang Ping knew that this had something to do with Old Wang and the rest's efforts. Other than Ji Yao's, Hua Yu and Bai Shan Yue also had quite a few treasures. The heavenly golden lotus was in their possession as well. Fang Ping even suspected that these people could plan it. Logically speaking, this thing came from the Forbidden Sea and should not have been obtained so easily. The 2 rank 8 martial artists, other than treasures that increased mentality, had the most golden body fruits. Each of them had no less than 10 golden body fruits in their storage rings. Just these 3 people alone had 30 golden body fruits in total. As for Purple Moon and the rest, they did not have storage rings. In fact, they did not bring many things with them. They would not carry many things with them. 2 holy fruits, each can increase 100 million wealth points, worth 2 trillion. 600 caddies of life essence, worth 5 trillion. 1 sky golden lotus with 8 petals, worth 800 billion. 1,500 caddies of energy fluid, equivalent to 7,500 caddies of energy stones, worth 2,250 billion. As for divine weapons, 2 rank, 9, 6 rank, 8, 40 rank, 7, worth close to 1 trillion. The maple fruit is worth 200 billion. Hua Yu also has a maple fruit, that's 400 billion. 30 golden body fruits, worth 300 billion. There are other miscellaneous heavenly materials and earthly treasures worth 300 billion as well. Fang Ping calculated in his heart. Even he was a little shocked. Based on this calculation, the treasures in the land of kings might be worth more than 5 trillion. No, there's still 3 storage rings. Hua Yu and Bai Shan Yue's are about the same size as maple extinguishers, 250 billion each. That's 500 billion. Ji Yao's will at least double, another 500 billion. Based on this calculation, the gains from the land of kings will exceed 5 trillion. Fang Ping took a deep breath. These princes were really rich. That was true. He had earned close to 3 trillion from maple extinguisher. Not to mention the princes this time, there was also Ji Yao, a big shot, and 2 holy fruits. Strictly speaking, it was not considered much. This did not even include the mysterious, jade, true monarch's glove. Fong Ping knew that the origin unique art was actually not worth much, so he did not care about that. No, there's still the big sunflower. Fong Ping suddenly thought of something. Very quickly, Fong Ping threw out the big sunflower and began to cut it. Everyone watched him do it, not saying a word. Not bad. There's actually close to 300 caddies of life essence, a big flower plate, and more than 60 sunflower fruits. Fong Ping calculated again. The big sunflower's value was not low. There was already 750 billion life essence. He was not sure how much the big flower plate was worth, but he felt that it was definitely not worse than the maple fruit. It might even be a little better, maybe 300 billion. 60 sunflower fruits, that was also 60 billion. The big sunflower's heart core and brain core were shattered, but the torso was still there. The rank 9 monster plants torso was also worth a lot. Even if it was 20 billion, this big sunflower was still the most valuable monster plant that Fong Ping had ever seen. About 110 billion. I've really earned a lot this time. Fong Ping thought, his expression a little gloomy. If there was no war in Magic City catacombs, this could be said to be perfect to the extreme. The Martial King's battleground and Magic City catacombs, the harvest was as high as 10 trillion and above. Taking a deep breath, Fong Ping did not think about this anymore. He turned around and looked at Li Chongqing, saying, 2,200 caddies of life essence, 2,500 caddies of energy liquid, 30,000 caddies of energy stones, 3 holy fruits, 2 maple fruits, 6 whole heavenly golden lotuses with 1 petal, 190 sunflower fruits, 38 golden body fruits, 3 rank, 9 divine weapons, 6 rank, 8 divine weapons, 45 rank, 7 divine weapons, 3 storage rings, hundreds of divine fruits, 100 honing fruits. Everyone present was completely stunned. Old Man Li mumbled, "There's also the True King unique arts." The True King unique arts were priceless. Wu Chuan was also inexplicably shocked. He said softly, "How much is the total value?" They did not know the value of some things. For example, they had never seen the holy fruits and maple fruits before. Fong Ping said calmly, "The value should be close to 30 trillion. Fong Ping also calculated it based on his wealth. He had spent a lot of wealth. Other things aside, he had condensed 80 lumps of imperishable substance alone, which was worth 800 million wealth points. He had spent 450 million points to expand the space. At this moment, Fong Ping took a look at his own data again. Wealth, 370 million points vitality, 66,080 calories, 70,488 calories, mentality, 4,010 hertz, 4,099 hertz, destruction power, 35 yuan, bones honed, 206 bones, 100%, storage space, 10,000 cubic meters plus, energy shield, 1 point/minute plus aura simulation, 10 points/minute plus, including the 10 trillion wealth that had not been calculated yet. This time, the harvest was indeed close to 30 trillion. After all, the value of some things given by the system was not the value traded in the human world. For example, things like life essence, the system's valuation was only 5 million per gram, but the market price was much higher. 30 trillion, everyone was stunned. This trip to the restricted area, Fong Ping's harvest, was too exaggerated. So exaggerated that they had somewhat forgotten everything, forgotten the defeat in the war just now. In the distance, there seemed to be some unstable aura, and a passageway suddenly collapsed. Fong Ping glanced at it, but did not say anything. "Who told you to look down on me?" This time, he was quite unhappy with old Zhang. Initially, with such a huge harvest, with Fong Ping's character, old Zhang would definitely not leave too much for him when he went all out to save him. Old Zhang did save him, but he gave up MCMAU. This was hard for Fong Ping to accept. This trip to the restricted area, in Fong Ping's opinion, was nothing. Just the information alone, could not be measured in terms of value. For example, the Shijian catacombs actions, the Shishan catacombs actions, the situation in the catacombs, the Lord strength. All these were really not something that a mere capital city catacombs could compare to. Of course, Fang Ping also knew that what he was thinking might not be what old Zhang was thinking, but it still made Fang Ping feel bad. Actually, old Huang did not have to die. Maybe there might not even be people dying in capital city. Fang Ping did not talk about this anymore. He looked at Wang Jinyang and the rest, saying, "What you need are not energy stones. The previous few harvests are enough for you. Old Yao needs to hone his skull and achieve rank 8 as soon as possible. Then, I'll give you 10 golden fruits and a lump of imperishable substance." Old Wang and Iron Head are slightly lacking in mentality. Old Wang has 10 golden fruits, a heavenly golden lotus, and a lump of imperishable substance. As for Iron Head, I won't give you golden fruits, but a heavenly golden lotus and a lump of imperishable substance. All of you quickly achieve rank 8. Fang Ping quickly picked out the items and handed them to them. A heavenly golden lotus was worth 160 billion. There was demand, but no supply. A golden fruit was almost impossible to buy even if it was 10 billion each. Not to mention a lump of imperishable substance worth 1,000 yuan. Fang Ping needed 10 million points to condense it, and its value was as high as 100 billion. Even Yao Qingjun, who seemed to get the least, had more than 200 billion. In reality, this was completely different from the 200 billion energy stones. The rest did not have any objections. They were already extremely satisfied with this distribution. The key was that they could use what they got this time. Moreover, it was very useful. It could help them achieve rank 8 as soon as possible. Beside them, Qin Fengqing looked expectant. Fang Ping looked at him for a while and said slowly, "You owed me 100 billion previously." Qin Fengqing's face fell. Fang Ping said again, "This time, since you went to the battlefield and dared to challenge the passageway, the 100 billion debt will be waived. Also, you're only early stage rank 7 now. You need to train your mentality. I'll give you 50 sunflowers, 1 petal of a heavenly golden lotus, and 100 caddies of energy liquid." Just the amount given alone was worth 220 billion. Including the debt waiver, it was more than 300 billion. Qin Fengqing was shocked. That good. It felt like it was even more than Old Wang and the rest. Fang Ping gave him a look and said in a low voice, "You're from MCMAU. 2 generations fought for MCMAU. Qin Fengqing, I hope that you'll be successful in the future, not like how you are now, only knowing how to become stronger without contributing to MCMAU. MCMAU's instructors are all old. The younger generation, Iron Head, is from CCMAU after all. Other than me, among the younger generation, only you are a true MCMAU student. Old Huang has fallen. Today it's him. Who will it be tomorrow? The older generation instructors are all dead. Who else will carry the burden of MCMAU? I hope you can think about it yourself. Some things can't just be said." Fang Ping did not continue. He gave the sunflowers and the heavenly golden lotus to Qin Fengqing. As for the big sunflower, Fang Ping glanced at the rank 9s and said, "I won't distribute the monster sunflower anymore. The monster sunflower was killed by Senior Wu and Instructor Li. It's worth a lot, but I have a use for it. I hope both of you can give it to me." Wu Chuan laughed. "Just take it. You've given me so many things. Just take it as—" Fang Ping pressed his hands together and said, "Senior Wu, that's a different matter. This is a gift from both of you. Consider it a favor, and what I'm giving you is my thanks." Although Wu Chuan did not understand, he still nodded and said, "Then I'll give it to you." "Thank you very much." Fang Ping took a deep breath. With that, the distribution was complete. It was time to increase his wealth. Aside from Qin Fengqing's debt, Fang Ping guessed that the rest would be deducted from the gains in the king battleground, including the imperishable matter. As expected, his wealth changed instantly. This time, the increase did not exceed the 1.06 trillion that Fang Ping had expected. Wealth 1.32 billion points. His wealth increased by 950 million points. Fang Ping had just looked at it for a while when the system interface turned black. It's starting to upgrade, Fang Ping calculated in his heart. He did not know what changes would happen when the system upgraded this time. More than 1.3 billion wealth points. More than 20 trillion worth of resources. However, Fang Ping thought for a while. He still had to pay old Zhang some energy stones. Very quickly, Fang Ping made the distribution. Old Zhang, 15,000 caddies of energy stones. He was not prepared to give him an extra one. Wu Chuan, 10 lumps of imperishable matter, 1 rank, 9 divine weapon, 5,000 caddies of energy stones. On Old Man Li's side, his longevity sword had also self-destructed. Fang Ping gave Ji Yao's divine weapon longsword to Old Man Li. He did not give anything else. He gave Old Man Li a whole 30 lumps of imperishable matter. Although Old Man Li could convert it himself, it would take time. Fang Ping needed Old Man Li to become stronger. He did not know the situation on Wu Quishan's side. He did not know what the final outcome would be. In the end, Fang Ping looked at Zhang Weiyu, who was in the middle of the field. He hesitated for a while, but still said, since Guardian Zhang has come to help this time, entering the catacombs is a risk. The Guardian is about to enter the pinnacle. Fang Ping can't help much. Send 10 lumps of imperishable matter to the Guardian. I hope the Guardian can enter the pinnacle as soon as possible. Zhang Weiyu glanced at him and sighed softly. He did not say anything, nor did he refuse. He took the imperishable matter lumps. 1 lump of imperishable matter was equivalent to 10 times his own imperishable matter. 10 lumps, 100 times his own. It was enough for him to advance to the pinnacle. It would not be like Nan Yunhua last time, where she almost failed. Out of the 70 lumps of imperishable matter, Fang Ping sent out more than 50 lumps in a short while. Fang Ping did not plan to keep the rest. This time he was prepared. He would give the rest to Guo Xinquan and the other 2, not only the imperishable matter, but also a large amount of energy liquids. This time he wanted to help these 3 advance to rank 9 and become rank 9 powerhouses of the origin path. These 3 had long understood the origin path. However, they lacked resources, or perhaps the forging of their golden bodies was not enough, so they could not advance. This time, however, they had the imperishable matter and energy liquids to provide energy. Perhaps they could advance quickly. Not only that, Fang Ping was also prepared to tell them about the cultivation methods. These 3 had come to participate in the final battle despite knowing that they would die. Fang Ping no longer had any other thoughts. They were MCMAU's instructors. Not only these people, but Fang Ping was also prepared to give Tang Feng, Luo Yichuan, and the other instructors a large amount of resources. These people would choose MCMAU in times of real danger and fight to the death for MCMAU. I want to arm MCMAU to the teeth. What happened this time will not happen a second time. I want to counterattack the Magic City catacombs soon and take revenge. I also want to hone my golden body quickly and strive to achieve the 7th or even the 8th or 9th level of the golden body, honing this time. Fang Ping thought silently in his heart. He put away everything and took a look at Lu Fengru, who was soaking in the life essence. He wondered when the instructor would wake up. It would be a real pity if the instructor and the vice-chancellor did not wake up and knew about the counterattack on the Magic City catacombs. In the concourse, everyone looked at Fang Ping, who did not say a word and said nothing. Zhang Tao did not show up again. Based on his usual personality, he would have come to extort so many good things at this time. But this time, Zhang Tao did not come. Since Fang Ping had already said that the things would only be given to MCMAU, he could not get them unless he snatched them by force. Far away from the concourse, in a passageway, Zhang Tao slowly stripped the origin aura from the gloves and slowly integrated it into Wu Quishen's body. He chuckled. The little guy is angry. He probably thinks that no one in the world can be trusted except himself and MCMAU. That's good too. It's better to rely on yourself than others. Instead of thinking that others will save him, it's better to think about saving himself. Lil Wu, do you think I'm wrong? We'll talk about it if you're right or wrong. But this way he's angry, so it's not good to do anything to him anymore. Forget it, forget it. I'll ask that old thing, Warlord, to come and get close to him later. I've saved him a few times after all. Zhang Tao chuckled and said, what do you think if I let the Wuan army join MCMAU? Will this kid accept it? But people's hearts are made of flesh. When the Wuan army counterattacked Magic City, they fought to the death and a bunch of people died. He'll probably accept it. Too bad he's still too weak. Rank 8. Rank 8 to the peak, it's too far. But speaking of which, this brat has a way of accumulating wealth. He even managed to obtain a complete, true monarch absolute art. This thing is very rare. Whether you will benefit from this disaster or not, it will depend on your luck. If your origin Tao is strong enough and your willpower is strong enough, maybe you can integrate this new Tao or even devour it. Remember, try your best to devour the mysterious Jade True King's Tao. The Catacombs Tao is incomplete. The human's Tao is longer and higher. Use his Tao to mend your own. Don't think about reaping without sowing and replacing him. If you do that, you'll be the weakest peak, not even comparable to the mysterious Jade True King. You'll die sooner or later. Since he wants to build MCMAU into the strongest force, I don't mind. But MCMAU without absolute darkness to oversee it, does it deserve to be called the strongest? Peak? Lil Wu, do as you see fit. If you die and count on Li Chongqing, I'm afraid there's no hope in the short term. Zhang Tao nagged for a while. Wu Quishen, who was in front of him, closed his eyes and did not move at all. Zhang Tao smiled when he saw this. Suddenly, he scattered the imperishable matter in his hand, leaving about 1/10 of it, and threw it on Wu Quishen. He smiled and said, this much is enough for you. The rest belongs to me. I'll go ask Zhang Weiyu and Wu Chuan for some money later. Speaking of which, I've really suffered a loss this time. If I knew that rank 9s couldn't come, I would have gotten a few rank 17 and 18 to fight. Maybe I could have earned a lot. Try your best not to die. If you and Lu Feng'er die too, this kid will probably turn against me completely. Zhang Tao laughed for a while. After thinking for a while, he suddenly said, who is he? Demon Emperor? Demon Emperor? Or Seed of Rebirth? At this moment, Wu Quishen's body trembled. Don't worry. I don't want to find out. I'm just thinking about a question. Who is the Demon Emperor? Who is the Demon Emperor? Even, who is the Celestial Emperor? Zhang Tao murmured and said absent-mindedly, in the battle between the strong, the weak are guilty. Who is the real culprit? Billions of lives are used as pawns. If the heavens don't punish them, I will. Chapter 778. In the underground hall. Fang Ping and the others had not left. After a while, Old Man Li said, Fang Ping, you guys go back first. MCMAU is a mess now and Old Wu is injured. Go back and make arrangements. Instructor, I want to stay here. Old Man Li tilted his head and glanced at the passageway entrance, smiling. Although the minister is here, I feel more at ease staying here. Actually, there was still a way to disrupt the passageway. Magic City's catacombs have been stable for many years, but with Zhang Tao's ability, he could still go in and disrupt the passageway so that the other party could not come over. However, no one mentioned this. MCMAU would retaliate. Even if MCMAU did not retaliate, humans would retaliate. The Great War was about to begin. Sealing Magic City passageways now was meaningless. Once 108 passageways were opened, all the unstable passageways would be completely stabilized. Instead of chaos at that time, it was better to open the passageways now, seize resources, and clear out the catacombs' wings. Fang Ping glanced at Lu Fengru, who was still sleeping. After a while, he said, "Then I'll send the instructor back first." As he spoke, Zhang Tao's voice came from afar. "Guardian Zhang, Guardian Wu, you guys go to Capital City." The two guardians looked at each other and said nothing. Soon, they were ready to leave. Seeing that Wu Chuan did not mention anything about the energy stones, Fang Ping thought for a while and handed over a 5 cubic meter storage ring. He said, "Senior Wu, take the energy stones with you. Have a safe journey. MCMAU will still have to rely on Senior Wu's care in the future." Wu Chuan took the storage ring and scanned it with his mentality. He could not help but laugh. "You're quite generous." As he said that, Wu Chuan did not act pretentious and took the storage ring. It was already filled with energy stones. There should be 5,000 caddies inside. Wu Chuan was just about to leave when Fang Ping said hurriedly, "Instructor Li, give the divine weapon longsword to Brother Wu first. Take the halberd and modify it later." Old Man Li laughed and tossed the longsword to Wu Chuan. Wu Chuan tossed the halberd to Old Man Li. Wu Chuan was really leaving this time. After a few steps, he suddenly sent a voice transmission to Fang Ping, sighing softly. "Don't be angry, Fang Ping. I know what you're thinking, but this is the era. We're all moving forward in the dark. No one can avoid it. You, me, and the minister too." He was not a god. He could not calculate everything and see the future. Me coming to Shanghai was also arranged by the minister. Similarly, the others going to the capital was also arranged by the minister. And all of this, there is only one goal: victory. Paying the smallest price in exchange for the greatest victory. This was humanity. This was Cathay. Fang Ping, if there comes a day when the minister's death can be exchanged for the lives of a few true kings, the minister will not hesitate. "I know I don't have any complaints. I just can't accept it. Then I'll cultivate well." Wu Chuan sighed softly. Then he regained his smile and said, "When Magic City's catacombs counterattack, I'll come again and kill to my heart's content. This time it's so frustrating." After saying that, Wu Chuan left at an extremely fast speed. Zhang Wei wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't. He was close to the pinnacle, but whether he would be participating in the Battle of Magic City or the battles of other catacombs was still undecided. In fact, he might not even participate in the battle this time. Instead, he would choose to break through on the ground. In order to ensure his safety, the possibility of this was very high. Things would not happen more than 3 times. Humans' paragons had broken through in the catacombs one after another. The people in the catacombs would probably not be careless anymore. Wu Chuan and Zhang Weiyu left. Fang Ping was about to leave with Lu Fengru in his arms when Zhang Tao said again from afar, "Come here." Fang Ping turned his head to look at Wang Jinyang and the rest, saying, "You guys go back first." The others nodded. Wang Jinyang thought for a moment and said, "Don't get into a conflict." Fang Ping shook his head. "What conflict can there be? He could kill me with a single breath. Would I dare?" Wang Jinyang could not help but laugh. He said, "Let's go back and cultivate in seclusion first. Strive to achieve rank 8 as soon as possible. When MCMAU counterattacks, remember to inform us. Don't start the war without a word." "I will." After talking for a while, Fang Ping walked toward the passageway on the side. After a while, Fang Ping saw Wu Quishan floating in the air. At this moment, Wu Quishan's physical injuries had already healed. However, he was still in a deep slumber. The glove's luster had also dimmed, and it no longer had its previous charm. Just as Fang Ping was about to speak, Zhang Tao said in an imposing manner, "Sit." Fang Ping glanced at him. Without another word, he sat down cross-legged. "Tell me in detail about your trip to the restricted area this time." After saying that, he paused and said, "You can blame me, but don't talk nonsense about information. If you talk nonsense, many people might die. When that time comes, you'll be a sinner. Rank 8 martial artist. Don't be so childish. Fang Ping said angrily, I haven't even said anything. How do you know I'm going to lie? Zhang Tao said indifferently, That's good. Say it. Can the vice-chancellor be saved? Zhang Tao glanced at him and said casually, It depends on luck. Fang Ping did not pester him. He said quickly, After I sneaked into the restricted area, I went to Sky Plant City, which is the imperial city of Sky Plant's royal court. There are 360 royal cities in Sky Plant's royal court. The city lords are all rank 9. In the imperial city, there are 8 halls other than the true king's hall. The 8 hall lords and deputy hall lords are all rank 9. There are also 300,000 Sky Plant soldiers. The 10,000 commander-in-chief is also all rank 9, Fang Ping said slowly. Soon, Zhang Tao said, There are powerhouses in the divine general ranking in Shijiang's catacombs. That's right. City Lord Mei Jin is a powerhouse in the divine general ranking. And the powerhouses in the divine general ranking are all powerhouses who have already reached the origin path. Many origin path powerhouses are not even qualified to be in the ranking. Mei Jin, Zhang Tao pondered and said Li Zhu hid his strength. How did you know? I guessed, but my intuition is very accurate. I'm also very sensitive to danger. I only felt that I was out of danger when I was about 3,000 li away from Sky Plant City. So I guessed that Li Zhu hid his strength. How dare you guess? Zhang Tao glanced at him. This guy was very bold. He dared to stir up trouble in Sky Plant City. He almost blew up Sky Plant City. This was something he did not expect. Not only that, he even dared to sneak into Sky Plant's royal court's palace. He was very bold. Zhao Xingwu became the left marshal of the Sky Plant's army. Li Zhu and these people are quite bold. Is Zhao Xingwu one of us? I think he tried to help me escape a few times. Zhao Xingwu, Zhang Tao thought for a while. After a while, he said, Zhao Xingwu isn't anyone's man. He has his own ideals. He has his own pursuits. But he didn't betray humans. We can only be said to be working together. Or to put it bluntly, he is also a way out, even if this way might lead to a dead end. If one day humans are really defeated and have nowhere to run, maybe Zhao Xingwu can really save a group of people. Even if they have to be dogs, they have to live live until the day the catacombs are overthrown. Zhang Tao chuckled. Maybe there won't be such a day. But when that time comes, we don't have to care anymore. If it's a genocide, then let it be. Maybe letting a group of innocent people live is the only thing we can do. Zhang Tao did not talk about this. He continued, You mentioned the surveillance system. Tell me again. Fang Ping gave a simple explanation. He did not know much about this. Most of it was just speculation. Zhang Tao pondered for a while. He skipped this topic and quickly changed the topic to the place where the kings fought. He said in a low voice, In the place where the kings fought, the 2 kings might really be reviving. They ordered the kings to test it out. What's King Qian doing? Have you heard anything about King Qian in the restricted zone? No. King Qian is very low-key. Almost no one dares to talk about him in the restricted zone. Including King Qian's manor, there are only a few nobodies. There's almost no news about King Qian circulating. Dogs that bite don't bark. Zhang Tao said lightly, then said slowly, Sky Plant's royal court is now divided into 3 factions. Li Zhu, King Qian, and King Maple. Actually, King Maple is the most stupid group of people. When these people fight, they'll be the first to fall. If they want to sit back and reap the benefits, they're just dreaming. King Maple might have taken the second path, probably in this 100 years or so. In this 100 years, it's also the most active period for him. He wants to hide his strength and reap the benefits, but he can't control his ambition. He can't even control his desire to show off and let others know how powerful he is. Therefore, if he breaks through, there should be many people who know about it. At least people like King Huai should know. In short, when the war broke out, King Maple's faction was abandoned by Sky Plant's royal court. However, now that you said Huayu and the others already know about some things, it's hard to say what will happen next. Fang Ping said nothing. Zhang Tao said again, Li Zhu. Everyone knows about Li Zhu's ambition. It's just that it floated on the surface in the past, making people wary. Now that he's lying low, there might be a group of true kings supporting him in the dark. Let's not talk about this for now. As for King Qian, speaking of this elusive figure, Zhang Tao pondered for a moment and said slowly, King Qian is more low-key than Life King, but he's been a king for a long time. The time when he appeared was also the time when the catacombs passageway opened. King Qian and Heaven's subduing king are probably close, very close. There's something you might not know. King Qian became the hall master of True King Hall at about the same time as the catacombs passageway opened. True King Hall has existed for thousands of years. When the era of two kings ended, True King Hall has existed. Take a guess, when the catacombs passageway first opened, there was no war. Where did the previous hall master go? Fang Ping frowned. Zhang Tao smiled faintly. He's dead. We've been dealing with the Heavenly Plant's royal court for so many years, so we still know some things. King Qian ascended to the throne because of the death of the previous temple master. Destiny Royal Court is different. The previous hall master of True King Hall probably died in King Qian's hands. At that time, the two royal courts were still at war. Fang Ping was confused. Why was Zhang Tao saying all this? Zhang Tao smiled faintly. Don't think too much. I'm just telling you. Don't underestimate King Qian. No one knows who is more scheming, Li Zhu or King Qian. However, if Li Zhu has really recovered his strength, King Qian might not know about it. Li Zhu thinks he has everything planned out, but it might be King Qian who created this situation. Fang Ping frowned slightly and did not say anything. When Zhang Tao saw that Duan Lingtian did not seem to be too bothered by it, he suddenly smiled and said, Actually, I've been trying to guess who killed that demon plant back then. Actually, all these years, I've come up with a few suspects. King Qian is one of them. Fang Ping's pupils shrank. What do you mean? Zhang Tao said playfully, just guessing for fun. Fang Ping almost died of anger. He snorted and did not continue the conversation. Zhang Tao ignored him and finally asked, The big business you mentioned, what big business is it? Fang Ping did not stay silent this time. 100 king coin appeared in his hand. He said calmly, 100 king coin. 1 coin can be exchanged for 100 caddies of rank, 9 energy stones. The 100 King's Palace can be exchanged. There are thousands of 100 King's Palace in the catacombs, and there are countless energy stones. There is no way to distinguish. Just a hint of true king's chi, if it was forged, as long as it was not exchanged on a large scale. Exchanging 1,000 caddies per family was considered a small business. Almost no one would care. 1,000 caddies per family was 1,000,000 caddies. 500 tons of rank, 9 energy stones. Actually, this is not a big deal. If you really want to dig a mineral vein, digging up 100,000 caddies of energy stones is not a problem. It's only 10 mineral veins, and there are many mineral veins in the catacombs. The true kings will not pay attention. At this moment, Zhang Tao's eyes lit up. The next moment, Fang Ping picked up the 100 king coin, turned around, and left. I quit. If I go to the restricted area again and find that MCMAU is gone when I come back, then what's the point of going? So what if I earn 500 tons of energy stones? I don't need that much. What I have now is enough. 500 tons is already a small amount. Exchanging 1,000 king coins per family in the 100 King's Palace is already the minimum. Maybe it can reach 1,000 tons or even more. After all, Destiny Royal Court is also using 100 king coins, including the Demon Royal Court. Actually, some high-ranked demons are also using it. If all 4 royal courts go one round, they will earn even more. Who would care about this in a territory of 6 billion square kilometers? Before this, I was thinking of finding time to do it again. Now that I think about it, I'm stupid. When the time comes and I'm discovered, the catacombs' true king will hunt me down all over the world. I don't need that much myself. Why should I fight a true king to the end for this? I don't have the strength of a true king. Fang Ping said as he walked. Actually, it's useless for me to have so many resources. No matter how many resources I have, can they throw me into a desperate situation? Am I right, Minister? Zhang Tao's eyebrows twitched. 100 king coins, 1,000 houses in the 100 Kings Palace, 1,000 tons of rank 9 energy stones, 1,000 tons. Other things aside, high ranks aside, just before rank 6 from rank 1 to rank 5, you can actually rely on throwing money at it. Bone honing, body honing, honing internal organs with enough energy it could be honed quickly. From rank 1 to rank 5, honing quickly, about 10 caddies of energy stones was actually enough. 10 caddies. In the past, martial artists in the 3 lower ranks could hardly come into contact with energy stones. The 3 middle ranks were calculated in grams. 5 caddies, according to the black market price back then, was worth 5 billion. Throwing 5 billion to rank 5 was achievable. 1,000 tons, 2 million caddies. Just by throwing money at it, one could throw out a 200,000 strong middle-ranked army. Now, Sino Nation was preparing to conscript 1 million soldiers. Even if these million people all became martial artists, there would only be 4 million martial artists. Currently, the number of martial artists was far from 4 million. There were only about 5 million officially registered martial artists. With a ratio of 10% middle-ranked martial artists, Sino Nation had about 200,000 middle-ranked martial artists. In reality, there were none. The peace military was one of the 3 strongest armies in Sino Nation, and there were only about 10,000 middle-ranked martial artists. 1,000 tons of energy stones. Sino Nation and the catacombs had been at war for hundreds of years, and they had not seized so many energy stones. No, forget 1,000 tons, even 100 tons would be an overestimation. 200,000 middle-ranked martial artists. Only the catacombs had this kind of extravagance. The Sky Plant army's 300,000 troops were all middle-ranked. Fang Ping! Zhang Tao had just opened his mouth when Fang Ping ran extremely fast, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. After he ran, Zhang Tao suddenly cursed under his breath. This thing was purposely keeping him in suspense. Mother *cur, 1,000 tons of energy stones. Zhang Tao was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. It would have been fine if he did not say it, but now that he had said it, he did not do it. What was this? Calm down, calm down. Zhang Tao said to himself, I'm at the pinnacle. What have I not seen before? It's just 1,000 tons of energy stones. It's a matter of dozens of mineral veins. Do you really think I haven't seen the world? There are many mineral veins in Mount Royal Sea. There are definitely more than dozens of them. Do you think I really care? What a joke. Ridiculous. I want to move them. There are no desperation monsters in Mount Royal Sea. I can move as many as I want. In the next moment, a phone appeared in Zhang Tao's hand. He dialed a number and said, Is Li Zhen back? Li Zhen's voice came from the other side very quickly. He just came back. He was almost killed by you. Your side. Cut the crap. Go to Mount Royal Sea and move dozens of mineral veins. Smash them on top of MCMEU's head. Li Zhen was silent for a while. After a while, he said, Don't be too pressured. You'll drive a desperation monster crazy. It'll be a joke. Zhang Tao was crazy. He was definitely crazy. Is he thinking that I'm not dying fast enough and will only be satisfied after I'm dead? dozens of mineral veins. If I go to Mount Royal Sea and move one, those peerless monsters from 10,000 Demon Royal Court will come for me. Would anyone who is not crazy say this? Zhang Tao suddenly sighed. I lost dozens of mineral veins this time. What do you think I should do? Forget it. You won't understand even if I tell you. I fell out with that kid. He has a business of dozens of mineral veins in his hands. Now he's throwing in the towel. Li Zhen was stunned for a moment. After a long time, he gritted his teeth and said, It's just mineral veins. Don't worry too much about it. After saying that, he said, He's back in MCMAU now. Yes. Got it. After saying that, Li Zhen hung up the phone. Military department. Li Zhen paced back and forth for a while. He murmured, Dozens of mineral veins. Dozens of them. How many energy stones are there? These guys from the Fallen Star Army burn money the moment they start a war. They've never seen a time to earn money. Zhang Tao asked me to hold back 4 true kings and gave me 2,000 caddies of energy stones. Is he trying to make me a beggar? McMao. MCMAU needs military control. 2,000 caddies of energy stones. Dozens of mineral veins. No way. Li Zhen muttered to himself. Outside, a few military department martial artists looked at each other. What was wrong with the commander today? When he came back, he was all smiles, saying that he had made a big profit this time. He had earned a ton of energy stones. In the blink of an eye, he was so happy that he was possessed. Where did the dozens of mineral veins come from? They looked at each other. Soon, someone coughed softly and reminded, Commander, urgent news from the Beijiang catacombs. A huge mine has been discovered. It contains hundreds of caddies of high-ranked energy stones. The Beijiang catacombs are organizing people to seize the mine. They hope that the commander will go to Mount Royal Sea and unleash your power to deter everyone and reduce the pressure on Beijiang. Li Zhen looked at them. After a while, he suddenly shouted, Get lost! Mother ***. Am I that cheap? A few hundred caddies of mine, and you guys actually want me to go to Mount Royal Sea to fight. I don't have the mood to do that now. Didn't you hear me say dozens of big mines? Besides, I've just been hunted down. If I go now, wouldn't I be asking for a beating? Glaring fiercely at them, Li Zhen snorted coldly and said, Xiaoquang, don't worry. Tell them to guard the city well and stop causing trouble for me. The few of you go to MCMAU and pacify them. Magic City's catacombs has been lost. They'll counterattack sooner or later. The Fallen Star Army can go to war any time. Everyone looked at each other again. The Fallen Star Army still had a lot of tasks. The situation in Magic City was still unclear. Could they go to war any time now? McMao. After coming out from underground, Fong Ping was in a much better mood. He did it on purpose. I'm quitting now. I'll just guard MCMAU from now on. I won't cause any trouble for you. Is that okay? If you think I've caused too much trouble, then I'll just stay on the surface. Fong Ping's mood had just improved for a moment. When he reached the university, his mood was slightly gloomy again. Outside the passageway, many people had been waiting. Seeing him come out, Su Giqing, who was the oldest among them, walked forward. He glanced at Lu Fengru and smiled. Are you all right? I should be able to save her. I just need some time. That's good. Su Giqing was still smiling. He laughed and said, Don't be dejected. I'm considered the oldest person in the university now. No, I'm a few years younger than old Lu. I'm used to seeing life and death. It'll be fine once I get used to it. Huang Jing and the rest died in the catacombs. They all felt bad, but life has to go on. If a few people die and people become dispirited, then humans won't be able to hold on any longer. My colleagues who entered the university at the same time, now almost all of them are dead. Old Huang isn't alone. He has children and grandchildren. How old are they? To be honest, it wasn't a loss. We killed a lot of rank 9s. We even helped Li Changxing along. At least Li Changxing didn't die. You can say it's a gain. It's actually a joyous occasion. Fang Ping glanced at Su Giqing, who was all smiles. He said softly, "Instructor, you don't have to comfort me. I'm really not as weak as you think. You're already so old. When you smile, there are so many wrinkles. Ha ha ha." Su Giqing laughed loudly. Then his expression darkened. "Since you're all right, then don't act like your parents died. Even though your parents are dead, you still have to do the proper work. Right now, everyone in the university is in a state of panic. Tang Feng and the rest aren't cut out for it. You still have to shoulder the responsibility that you should shoulder. Old Wu and the rest can't do anything now. Old Lu is also in closed-door cultivation to heal. The students believe in you now. This battle has dealt a heavy blow to everyone. Even you, Fang Ping, are dispirited and crying. How can you hope for the students to pull themselves together? We're old. It's time for you to take charge of MCMAU. Go, tell everyone about your battle results. Talk about the success of this battle. Talk about your future plans. Talk about when to counterattack. It's just a few people died. It's too normal to die in war. If you can't even bear this little pressure, how are you going to fight in the future?" Fang Ping took a deep breath and nodded. Then he shouted, "All instructors and students, gather at Field 1. After saying that, Fang Ping handed Lu Fengru to Qin Yunqi beside him. He said, "Send the instructor to the energy room. The rest of you, go to the field for a meeting. Now that the Vice-Chancellor is not here, old Lu is recuperating. Vice-Chancellor Huang died in battle. I'm taking over MCMAU." Fang Ping cheered up. Today, he was MCMAU's highest leader. Chapter 779. Field 1. At this moment, teachers and students arrived one after another. Many of them were covered in blood, and some of them were injured. Everyone was extremely solemn. Some of the new students who had not entered the catacombs were still a little confused, but some already knew what had happened. From afar, Fang Ping strode over, escorted by the crowd. Fang Ping walked straight to the rostrum. Stepping onto the stage, he looked around and announced loudly, "The Battle of Magic City is a great victory, defeat, glory, shame. 98 instructors and 189 students died in battle. All of them are middle-ranked. In just a few short months, MCMAU has gone through 2 great battles. Vice-Chancellor Huang Jing died in battle, and MCMAU's grandmasters have fallen." Below the stage, some of the freshmen were at a loss. Some of the seniors burst into tears. In August, the Battle of the Divine Gate broke out. In November, the Battle of Moda broke out. In the 2 battles, 223 instructors and 311 students had perished. There were more than 500 people, and this was the worst loss they had suffered over the years. Almost all of them were middle-ranked martial artists, and one of them was a grandmaster. If it had been more than a year ago, MCMAU would have completely declined with such a loss. Many teachers and students died in battle. Their military exploits are equally impressive. In this battle, we've killed 6 level 9 experts. This is a great victory. Losing Devil City, losing Hope City, and losing Magic City's catacombs is a huge defeat. It's an honor, but also a disgrace. One school suppressing 1 cave, becoming a joke. Fang Ping shouted loudly, "Everyone, is it worth it? Was it right or wrong? Whose fault is it? It's Fang Ping's fault? Department head Zhang's mistake? President Wu's fault? That's right. It's war that's wrong. What was wrong was that he was not strong enough. The war between the 2 worlds was just around the corner. If they didn't fight now, when would they fight again? If we don't get stronger now, when will we get stronger? The future of the race, the future of humanity, and the righteousness of the nation, I won't mention them today. Today, Fang Ping will only say one thing. Live for yourself. Live for your family and fight. Fight to the end. Fight until the end of the war. It's either the extinction of mankind and the death of my family, or we return victorious and conquer the catacombs. After becoming a martial artist, no one can avoid this battle. Fang Ping shouted, "People die in war. No one knows if there's a tomorrow." There were more than 10,000 people on the battlefield today. After the war ended, how many of them would survive? I don't know. No one knew if humanity still had a future. But even so, are you afraid? Tell me, are you scared? Don't worry. Everyone roared loudly. If you're not afraid, then continue to fight. In this battle, we may win or lose, but in the end, we will definitely win. MCMAU counterattacked the catacombs and took back what we lost. This is what MCMAU should do next. We need to wash away the shame ourselves. I, Fang Ping, have never been defeated, and this time is no exception. The same goes for you. Kill our way back. Do you still dare to fight? You dare. The roar sounded again. It's useless to dare. You are not strong enough. There were still 12 cities in the Magic City catacombs. 18 rank 9s, several rank 18s, and hundreds of rank 7s. Would shouting slogans be of any use? It's useless. Strength. Only with great strength can we carve out a path of blood in this damned war. Do you have that kind of strength? You didn't. Therefore, MCMAU lost, MCMAU lost. MCMAU has become a disgrace. After Fang Ping finished speaking, many people's faces turned red. Strength. MCMAU lacked this kind of strength. They lacked this kind of strength. Now, the only rank 9 powerhouse on the surface, Wu Quishan, was seriously injured and dying. 6 rank 8s, other than Fang Ping and Li Changsheng. The other 4 were also seriously injured and dying, still recuperating. How could they counterattack the catacombs with this kind of strength? Fang Ping roared again. Magic City catacombs passageway has been sealed now. Outside the passageway, more than 10 rank 9s have gathered. Killing our way in is suicide. Fang Ping could invite powerhouses from all over the world to help in the battle, and then kill our way back. But are you sure you want to do this? Are you sure you want to rely on others to help us take back everything we lost? They will also die in battle. They will also fail. They also have their own mission. Magic City catacombs. It was MCMAU, Fang Ping, who requested for the 3 departments and 4 prefectures to be guarded by MCMAU. Now it's lost in my hands. I'm not willing to let others lead this war. This war is still MCMAU's war. But war kills people, those who are still alive today. If you continue to participate in the war, you may continue to die. Are you really willing? Yes. The crowd's emotions surged, shouting again. Willing? Fang Ping suddenly laughed, saying, "You are willing. I am not. I don't want you to die anymore. You are really too weak. You can no longer keep up with our footsteps. You have been left behind step by step." Including some instructors, it is the same. In today's war, it is no longer enough without the strength of a high rank, but you are so far away from the high ranks. How can you still participate? Fang Ping saw that many of them looked angry, laughing again, saying, "That's right, I am provoking you, but in fact it is not purely provoking, it is also the truth. Do you know where I have been these days?" Fang Ping smiled, saying, "I went to the depths of the catacombs." The depths of the catacombs, where legend has it that there are countless powerhouses. The world that is more magnificent than what you can imagine. The world of the catacombs that is more powerful. There I saw countless powerhouses, countless rank 9s. As far as the eye can see, rank 9s are everywhere, the power of an army. 30 rank 9s. No, 33. Rank 7s are like grass. This trip to the catacombs, everyone. Do you know how many rank 7 and 8 martial artists I have killed? Hundreds. Having said that, Fang Ping stopped smiling, saying calmly, "So, everyone, do you know why I don't like you? You are too weak, so weak that you have no sense of existence. When the war breaks out in the future, if you still have this kind of strength, cannon fodder, that will be your synonym. Our opponents can form one, or even a few high ranks army of 10,000 people. Who can resist such an army? Below the stage, Tang Feng and the others looked solemn, a little worried. At this moment, was it really appropriate to strike everyone's confidence like this? Feng Ping did not care what they thought, laughing again, saying, "You have pressure, but it is not enough. You have a sense of crisis, but it is also not enough. If you think that our opponents are Magic City catacombs, then you are gravely mistaken. In the past, I always felt that there are some things that I should not tell you. You are still weak. You can't bear such a heavy responsibility. You can't bear such a heavy burden. I can't either. Although I am a rank 8 in the depths of the catacombs, I am also cautious. One wrong step, and I will be doomed eternally, dying without a burial place. Everyone has a common idea: to protect the young, protect the weak, let them grow slowly. But everyone, we really don't have time. I don't want it to be like this. I also want to give everyone time. I also want to let everyone not feel so much pressure." Feng Ping gritted his teeth, shouting, "But the enemy does not give us time." In the depths of the catacombs, I saw the seniors who guarded Imperial Sea Mountain for hundreds of years like a day and night, guarding Imperial Sea Mountain. I saw the catacombs martial artists wantonly insulting, humiliating these ancestors who protect humanity. Those seniors, bearing the heavy burden, did not say a word. For what? Martial arts must fight, cultivating to this level, guarding the extremely dangerous Imperial Sea Mountain. For what? They did not fight, did not scold, did not reply. Can you understand what I was thinking at that moment? I was thinking, one day, I will let these seniors return in glory. I was thinking, one day, I will kill all the bastards who humiliated us, the heroes of humanity today. But that requires strength. Without strength, it is impossible to quell the threat of the catacombs. These seniors bearing the heavy burden, suffering the humiliation, all became a joke. Everyone, at this moment, no one is giving us time. No one is giving us time to grow slowly anymore. The seniors can't hold on any longer. At the front line, in a place you don't know, the desperation powerhouses can no longer hold up this sky. Do you know what the pinnacle is? Invincible powerhouses. Humanity's invincible powerhouses. How many people know these people? How many people have seen these people before? They have supported the peace for hundreds of years. And today, they can't hold on any longer. The new generation of martial artists no longer has time to grow. Therefore, at this moment, the only thing we can do is to become stronger as fast as possible. The stronger the better. Even if we can't destroy the catacombs, we must bite off a piece of their flesh before we die. Let them know how painful it is. Let them understand that invading humanity, invading Earth, is a pain that they will never forget for the rest of their lives. At this point, Feng Ping raised his voice again. "Everyone, the enemy is so strong. Tell me, are you afraid now? No. Dare to fight. Dare to fight, even if it means throwing away our lives. Even if we die without regrets." Deafening roars came one after another. Faces filled with determination and anger came into view. Feng Ping looked around and said slowly, "Then let blood be paid with blood. Kill them until the sky and earth are turned upside down. I won't let you go to your deaths. Even if you die, you must die with value. You can die, but you must bring a stronger powerhouse with you. From today onwards, energy stones will be provided for free. The only requirement is the heads of catacombs martial artists. No matter how many resources you have used, I don't want you to give me any in return. Kill the enemy. When MCMAU enters the war, there is no more realm, no more qualifications, only military merits. Kill people for merit. Energy stones are just the basics. Military merits are more important. You can get everything you want. You can become stronger, protect your family, protect everything you want to protect. Without strength, you can only be trampled on by others, like fish on a chopping board." As soon as he finished speaking, A large number of energy stones and energy liquids appeared on the rostrum. Fong Ping roared, "These are all for you. I'll give you everything that others can't get. I'll give you a chance to become stronger. But you must dare to fight. You must be able to fight." Old Lu once said that ever since the battle at the Sky Gate, MCMAU has lost the will to fight in the past. Everyone thinks that MCMAU is invincible. Now, reality has proven that MCMAU is very weak, unimaginably weak. If you still don't wake up today, if you still think that MCMAU is very strong, then you will be courting death. When you die on the battlefield in the future, don't blame others for not contributing. At the end of his speech, Fong Ping roared again, "Vice-Chancellor Huang and the others have died in battle. No more funerals. When we conquer the Magic City catacombs, kill those enemies, and take revenge, we will use their heads as a sacrifice to all the heroes. I want to use the enemy's blood as a sacrifice for all the teachers and students. Everyone, can you do it?" "Yes. Then go and cultivate. Cultivate hard and become stronger. I won't give everyone too much time. I want to counterattack the catacombs soon. If you don't want to participate in the war, Fong Ping won't force you. You can leave MCMAU. But if you use MCMAU's resources and don't want to fight for MCMAU, then don't blame me for being ruthless." Meeting dismissed. Fong Ping roared, announcing the end of the meeting. As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Ping walked down the stage. Tang Fong and the others walked up to him. Not far away, Fong Yuan also wanted to come over, but seeing that Fong Ping did not look at her, she could only stop. Fong Ping did not care about her, nor did he care about the others. As he walked, he said, "MCMAU wants to build an energy pool. It has to be done quickly to provide for a batch of elite instructors and students to cultivate. Rank 6 martial artists gathered together. I will provide you with all the resources you need to help you step into rank 7. Low-rank students all enter the mineral vein to cultivate. Middle-rank students go directly to the energy room to cultivate. No matter the cost, burn energy stones, unlimited energy supply. Also, high-ranked martial artists, let them out of closed-door cultivation. I will help them heal, shorten the time." Tang Fong wanted to say something, but stopped. Fong Ping glanced at him and said in a low voice, "Do as I say. Now, everything in MCMAU is up to me. Also, sell all the pills in MCMAU's inventory at a low price in exchange for some high-ranked resources. MCMAU will no longer use pills to cultivate. Everyone will use energy stones to cultivate." Beside him, Chen Jianhua said in a low voice, "If that's the case, I'm afraid it'll be like pulling up seedlings to help them grow." Fong Ping shook his head and said, "No, because there will be a lot of big battles coming up. Once the big battles start, survival of the fittest. The weak will be eliminated." Everyone's expression changed slightly. This was Wu Quishan's policy in the past. Back then, Wu Quishan had this idea too, but many people opposed it, including Huang Jing and the others. Now Fong Ping took a deep breath and said, "There's no time. There's really no time. We can't give everyone time to grow slowly anymore. I'm afraid the few instructors don't know that the Catacombs Royal Court has already made preparations for an all-out war. Now it's already in the final period. When they've stabilized internally, the 108 passageways will be fully opened, and the big war will break out instantly. Not to mention the others, just the Sky Plant's Royal Court's Sky Plant's army alone, 300,000 middle-ranked martial artists, all powerhouses who have experienced fighting, 30 rank, 9 commanders-in-chief. Many of them are Origin's powerhouses. When that time comes, even if the foreign domains don't participate, even if the impasse martial artists kill each other and create another battlefield, they will no longer be able to seal off Mount Imperial Sea. So, we can only take advantage of this time to make our people stronger, to give birth to more powerhouses. Has it come to this point?" Jianhua murmured. There were some things that people like them did not understand at all. Fang Ping did not say much. He glanced at him and said, Dean Chen Yu, Dean Su, and Dean who should achieve rank 7 as soon as possible. You're only one step away now. A few sunflowers and a petal of the heavenly golden lotus should be enough. As Fang Ping said that, he calculated for a while and said, I still have 140 sunflowers and 4 heavenly golden lotuses with 32 petals. If we can achieve mentality-vitality fusion, a petal of the heavenly golden lotus and some sunflowers should be enough for everyone to break through the 1,000 hertz barrier of mentality. If all goes well, MCMAU can produce 32 rank 7 martial artists again. Mentality-vitality fusion is not difficult. I still have a lot of divine fruit. It should be able to help everyone cross this hurdle. Fang Ping said as he walked, but everyone looked shocked. Tang Feng could not help but say, A treasure like the heavenly golden lotus. It's best if you use it yourself. I still have better treasures. Fang Ping smiled and said, There are many treasures with better effects than the heavenly golden lotus. Instructor Tang has also achieved middle stage rank 7 now, but the speed is still too slow. If you can't gather enough mentality-vitality fusion, Instructor Tang can easily achieve upper stage rank 7 by consuming a petal of the heavenly golden lotus. I'll give Instructor Tang some golden body fruits to hone his skull. This way, rank 8 won't be far away. As he said that, Fang Ping suddenly said, I still have about 2,000 caddies of life essence. The effect of life essence actually overlaps with imperishable substance, but life essence also has its own unique features. Everyone go and ask if there are any rank 6 martial artists who are willing to walk the path of myriad Dao unification. It's very dangerous. Survival in the face of death, and their combat strength may not be as strong as Instructor Lee's, but they can avoid the mentality shackles and quickly achieve rank 8 combat strength. 2,000 caddies, if everything goes well, is enough for 4 or 5 people to become powerhouses who have achieved myriad Dao unification. However, the risk is great and the mortality rate is very high. When Instructor Lee forged a real golden body in rank 6, it was partly because he had experience in this area. His golden body was already very strong, and partly because he almost died. According to my original thinking, it's best not to walk this dangerous path, unless someone really forged a golden body in rank 6. But now, instructors go and ask, I don't know if there's anyone who dares to try it. Don't persuade them. Don't use righteousness to coerce them. Tell them that the mortality rate is 99%, and it needs to be people with exceptional talent. If they are not talented enough, the mortality rate is also very high. Myriad Dao unification. At this moment, a few rank 6 martial artists beside him looked at each other. Qin Zhenhua took a deep breath and said, Why don't this old man give it a try? I've been stuck in rank 6 for many years. It's not impossible. Myriad Dao unification. Cultivating vitality instead of mentality. Avoid the mentality barrier and quickly achieve rank 8 combat strength. If it was in the past, everyone might not have this opportunity, but now, if they tried it like Old Man Li did, it might be possible. Fang Ping glanced at the old man. The dean of the School of Social Sciences, Qin Zhenhua, was also the oldest batch of MCMAU instructors. Now, he had also entered mentality-vitality unification for a period of time. Rank 7 was just around the corner. Fang Ping looked at the old man for a while, saying, Dean, if you follow the prescribed path, you can become a rank 7 martial artist very soon. But taking this path, the mortality rate is extremely high. What I mean is to let some young people take a gamble. Because young people don't have enough experience. The accumulation of mentality is not strong enough, and they don't have much experience. Even if they have some treasures, they might not be able to become rank 7 martial artists. Dean, you guys are different. After so many years, you guys entering rank 7 is almost guaranteed. Qin Zhenhua laughed. It's because we're old that we want to try it even more. It's enough to be surpassed by you guys. But if we become rank 7, we'll soon be surpassed by a group of even younger kids. Then, won't we old things make a fool of ourselves? As soon as he finished speaking, Su Giching also laughed. Fong Ping, you should think of us old people even if there are benefits. Forging a golden body in advance, taking the path of myriad Dao unification, quickly achieving rank 8 combat strength, such a good thing. You actually think of young people. What do you think of us? What do young people know? They don't even know how to control strength. Even if myriad Dao unification is achieved, it's still a waste. If it wasn't for Li Changxing's explosive strength, his myriad Dao unification might not be that strong. Thousands of caddies of life essence shouldn't be wasted like this. On the other hand, us old fellows have been immersed in rank 6 for many years. To put it bluntly, when we reach rank 7 or 8, we'll soon be able to control stronger strength. You young people are not as useful as us. Fong Ping was silent for a moment, then said, "We'll talk about it later. I was just saying. Wait and see." As he said that, Fong Ping turned around and looked at Qin Yunxi, who followed him, saying, "Martial Arts Society, give me another copy of the school's teachers' and students' information." "Okay, then you go back first. Also, remember to inform me when the instructor wakes up." "Okay." Chen Yunxi did not say much and quickly walked toward the Martial Arts Society. Fong Ping waited for her to leave, then continued, "I'll go over to Instructor Guo and the others first. Also, I'll make some adjustments to the school's personnel arrangements." As he said that, Fong Ping thought for a while and said, "We can't slack off in teaching. Some of the former social sciences instructors try not to go to the battlefield again. Force the students to attend some basic courses every week. Also, change the teaching methods. Middle-ranked courses must be put on the agenda. Their strength has increased, but there are often huge drawbacks. Others aside, like me, my understanding of the nature of strength was very poor. This is the difference between martial arts universities and the military. Martial arts university students actually have the potential to go further. I'm not looking down on those soldiers, but martial arts university students are indeed more talented and have better comprehension skills. They're the best of the best and can't really be used as cannon fodder. There are many twice-honed martial artists. If they can quickly understand the nature of martial arts, there may be many rank 9 martial artists in the future. Instructors, please put in more effort on this." Everyone nodded. This was also their responsibility. Fong Ping took a few steps and said again, "Also, discuss with the military department and recall a batch of MCMAU graduates who are willing to return to school. There's no need for too many. Just 100 or so people will be enough. Nowadays, individual combat mode is suitable for high-ranked martial artists. Middle-ranked and low-ranked martial artists are still focused on team combat. MCMAU instructors and students are not very proficient in this aspect. Even if they have theoretical knowledge, they lack practical experience. However, MCMAU's senior students from the military department have experience in this aspect. In addition, too many instructors have been sacrificed recently. We need to continue to expand the instructors team. We can't let the students go to the battlefield without knowing anything. That's sending them to their deaths." Fong Ping said, then continued, "Inform these people in advance that returning to MCMAU will be very dangerous. MCMAU will have many battles happening soon. It's more dangerous than the military department." Tang Feng said, "I'll make arrangements. MCMAU has been founded for 61 years. There are many graduates. There will be people who will be willing to return. Okay, everyone, please go ahead. Although we won't be holding the funerals for the teachers and students who have been sacrificed, we still need to make proper arrangements. If the families have any needs, MCMAU will try its best to satisfy them." After saying that, Fong Ping did not stay any longer. He went straight to the Grandmaster Tower where the injured powerhouses were. After he left, Qin Zhenhua sighed. This time, he's under a lot of pressure. Everyone, it's been 61 years since MCMAU was founded. In the end, all the pressure has been thrown to a 20-year-old young man. This is also our shame. Tang Feng's expression was solemn. He said softly, "We can only do our best and hope that the Vice-Chancellor will be fine. If the Vice-Chancellor can't recover, then the pressure will be even greater." At the mention of Wu Quishan, a few of them looked helpless. He was MCMAU's only rank 9 powerhouse at the moment. However, his life and death were uncertain. If he really could not recover, MCMAU's future would be even more difficult. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Everyone, go ahead and get everything done as soon as possible. After discussing for a while, everyone quickly dispersed. MCMAU was busy. Some teachers and students outside the university were also quickly recruited back to the university. The entire MCMAU was not dispirited because of this battle. Instead, they were full of motivation and pressure. Counterattack. Fight back. Losing Magic City Catacombs was something that rarely happened in the entire war between the two worlds. Before this, Sino Nation had only lost Tianan Catacombs. That was because of the fall of Absolute Venerable. This time, with Absolute Venerable holding the fort, MCMAU lost Magic City Catacombs when its combat power was at its peak. This was also something that everyone could not let go of. On this day, a large number of resources were distributed. They were free. They were not counted as debts. They were only counted as heads. However much they were consumed now, they would have to pay with the same number of heads in the upcoming counterattack. 9 Heavens, Divine Emperor. Chapter 780. On November 17th, Fong Ping returned to MCMAU. On this day, Fong Ping did not have any contact with the outside world. On this day, Fong Ping had been busy distributing resources. Out of the tens of billions of resources, he had 3 holy fruits, 2 maple fruits, the flower disc of Monster Sunflower, and by Shanyue's rank 9 battle axe. Everything else, including the imperishable substance, had been given away. This time it was also the first time Fong Ping had ever earned the most and spent it the fastest. Out of the 30 trillion resources, he had left himself about 4 trillion. As for the rest, he had given Old Zhang and Wu Chuan 20,000 caddies of energy stones to MCMAU, including the few storage rings that he had seized. Fong Ping also had a goal to distribute. Ji Yao and the others had left him a total of 4 storage rings. Fong Ping had given them to Wu Chuan, Old Man Li, Wu Quishan, and Tai Tu. Although Wu Quishan had not regained consciousness, Fong Ping had still left a storage ring for him. Similarly, there was other news in the outside world that day. A lot of news. MCMAU losing the Magic City Catacombs was one thing. Capital City Catacombs had achieved fruitful results. Sino Nation powerhouses had gathered. This battle was a surprise attack. After a few days of fighting, they had killed 8 Capital City Catacombs rank 9 martial artists and more than 10 rank 7 and 8 martial artists. Zhang Tao's strategy could be considered successful. Capital City Catacombs had achieved great glory. Capital City had erupted in many battles. Before this, many rank 9 powerhouses had been killed. After this time, the catacombs rank 9 in Capital City Catacombs had fallen to less than 10. The results were remarkable. Of course, the losses were not small, but there were no rank 9 deaths. In a situation where they had more people and gathered many top-notch rank 9 powerhouses, it was very difficult for rank 9 to fall. Capital City Catacombs was glorious. Magic City Catacombs was glorious too, if not counting the loss of Magic City Catacombs. Using hundreds of people's lives, including the strongest Huang Jing, to kill 6 rank 9s, this price was worth it. The 3 departments and 4 houses, including the grandmasters from the outside world, actually felt that this result was a great victory. Just when Capital City Catacombs was about to end and some grandmasters walked out of the catacombs, they realized something was different. MCMAU had sealed the school. On the night of November 17th, MCMAU recalled its teachers and students and chose to seal the school. They did not receive any guests. Not only that, Fong Ping teamed up with many grandmasters and directly used mentality to seal off the entire MCMAU, not even letting the outside world spy on them. For a moment, it was as if MCMAU had disappeared from this land. In the underground hall, Zhang Tao could sense the commotion on MCMAU's side. He sat cross-legged on the ground, no longer paying attention to Wu Quishan, who was beside him. He looked at Old Man Li and smiled faintly. He's willing to. He was too generous. Fong Ping had obtained more than 2,000 caddies of energy liquid and 30,000 caddies of energy stones. Other than giving them 20,000 caddies, he still had more than 20,000 caddies left. MCMAU had a mineral vein to begin with. If converted into rank 9 energy stones, it would be equivalent to 10 tons and 20,000 caddies. More than 40,000 caddies of grade 9 energy stones. And now, Zhang Tao could sense it. That kid dug a vein of ore. He's crazy. Zhang Tao really thought that Fong Ping was going a little crazy. Maybe the stimulation this time was too much. He dug up the school's mineral vein. Or, to put it more bluntly, he melted the mineral vein directly. Now, the entire MCMAU was enveloped in energy. That guy was burning more than 20 tons of rank 9 energy stones and releasing energy. Old Man Li said calmly he earned himself. If he spends it, then so be it. There's no point in keeping the mineral vein. It can't give birth anyway. More than 20 tons. Zhang Tao sighed. More than 20 tons. If it's distributed according to need, it can maximize the utilization. Right now, MCMAU still has a large number of low-ranked martial artists who actually don't need to use energy stones. It's really a waste. As he said that, Zhang Tao added, some martial artists who are stuck in the stronghold, such as peak rank 3, peak rank, for these martial artists use energy stones to impact energy, which can break the stronghold better. Old Man Li was speechless. Minister, it's useless for you to tell me. He doesn't care about this at all now. I think he wants MCMAU's instructors and students to achieve middle ranks. As for resources, he doesn't care at all. More than 20 tons. Zhang Tao sighed again. It was too extravagant, too wasteful. But this matter would be useless even if he said it now. Unless he forcefully robbed that kid. But if he did this now, that kid would really fall out with him. Zhang Tao sensed for a while. At this time, from afar, someone from MCMAU suddenly shouted, "Don't go too far! Did you think I didn't count? If you steal MCMAU's energy again, I'll fall out with you." Old Man Li glanced at Zhang Tao, speechless. This is not appropriate, is it? Isn't this provoking him? An energy ball condensed in Zhang Tao's hand. He was also speechless. MCMAU's energy overflows too much. I'm just collecting some of the overflowing energy. This is called recycling waste. What do you know? Please don't steal anymore. That's his temper. It'll be fine once he calms down. Old Man Li said, then asked, "Can Old Wu really recover?" "I don't know." "Then forget it. Let's wait." The old man did not say anything else. An imperishable mass appeared in his hand, and he swallowed it in one gulp. Zhang Tao's eyebrows twitched again. He could not help but curse in a low voice. "Aren't you afraid of bursting yourself? It's comparable to 1,000 yuan of power. You swallowed it in one gulp. It'll blow you up, you idiot." He could not take it anymore. Not far away, MCMAU was burning the mine. At the side, Li Chongqing was burning the imperishable mass. He swallowed 1,000 yuan of imperishable mass in one gulp. Even he could only condense this much imperishable mass in a year. He was a top-notch powerhouse. This thing had swallowed a year's worth of his cultivation in one gulp. Old Man Li ignored him. He swallowed the imperishable mass. His body shone with golden light. He said casually, You can collect some of my overflowing waste. Don't waste it. F***CK off. Do you think I'm a beggar? Take it or leave it. Old Manly curled his lips. Forget it. F***CK. Every one of you is throwing fire at me. I'm your immediate superior after all. Now you're turning the world upside down. That thing is just a vice-chancellor. Now he's giving others the title of vice-chancellor. Who gave him the authority? Old Manly ignored this directly. He said, I'm about to achieve Golden Body 7th refinement. Old John, 7th refinement should be a hurdle. How can I break through it so easily? Is Old Zhang someone you can call? Zhang Tao could not hold back his anger. He squeezed his palm. There were a few times when he wanted to strangle this thing to death. After thinking for a moment, he snorted. That kid wants to achieve Golden Body 7th refinement. Dream on. Why must he choose to break through to rank 9 when he's at Golden Body 6th refinement? It's because it's too difficult. If he wants to achieve Golden Body 7th refinement, it's not as simple as continuing to hone his physique. Not only is 7th refinement a hurdle, but it's also a huge hurdle. He has to temper his golden body 1,000 times, and he has to be full of vigor, energy, and spirit. Zhang Tao spoke for a while. In the end, as soon as he finished, Old Man Li's body flashed with golden light. So simple. Old Manly rubbed his chin and thought for a while. He muttered, You're wrong. No, you're wrong. There's no need to go through so much trouble. If there's enough imperishable matter, we'll just charge straight through. Compress and compress. We'll compress a large amount of imperishable matter into the golden body. If it doesn't explode, that's about it. I thought it would be difficult. Feelings are so simple. Don't say my vitality is rising so fast. I feel like I'm gaining hundreds of vitality every second. As Old Manly spoke, he frowned. There's not enough energy. As soon as he finished speaking, he swallowed another imperishable matter ball. He muttered, This will do. I can stabilize my golden body quickly. Zhang Tao rubbed his forehead. He was having a headache. What I said is the right path, all right? But they're rich. They're eating 1,000 yuan worth of imperishable matter like rice balls. What else can I say? Who else can do this other than you guys? Damn it. Do you know how much time I spent to achieve Golden Body 7 refinements back then? There is no imperishable matter. That's the result of hard work and hard work. Although he was cursing in his heart, Zhang Tao said calmly, this kind of forced breakthrough to Golden Body 7 refinements isn't complete enough. It's not smooth enough. It lacks polishing. Old Manly nodded. Then he swallowed another ball of imperishable matter. He smiled. It's fine. When I achieve Golden Body 9 refinements, I'll polish it for a while. It should be the same. Zhang Tao took a deep breath. He said slowly, MCMAU should counterattack the Magic City catacombs as soon as possible. After taking down the Magic City catacombs, I want to return to Capital City. He did not want to stay in this godforsaken place any longer. The people of MCMAU were all black-hearted. Li Changsheng, this idiot, dared to give him a hard time and provoke him on purpose. Do you think I lack imperishable matter? What a joke. I can easily condense an imperishable matter ball when I'm in impasse. Do you believe me? Old Manly laughed. He stopped provoking him and asked, Minister, how many refinements did you advance to Golden Body 9 refinements? 9 refinements. Really? Old Manly was in slight disbelief. Zhang Tao said lightly, Of course it's true. Is there a need to lie about something like this? 9 refinements. How did you do it? Talent. I don't quite believe it. Old Manly was slightly doubtful. You can advance from 9 refinements to rank 9? Zhang Tao was not considered old. He did not stay in rank 8 for too long. In such a short time, he did not achieve myriad Dao unification like him, and he did not have the help of imperishable matter. How could he advance to golden body 9 refinements? Then, how do I advance to golden body 8 refinements? Force your way through. Continue to swallow imperishable matter balls. Zhang Tao looked indifferent. How would I know? Can't I just say it? I've advanced to rank 9 from golden body 7 refinements. It's already amazing, do you understand? But you've advanced to golden body 7 refinements just by swallowing some imperishable matter. Can I say that I'm also a golden body 7 refinements? Zhang Tao did not continue this topic. He continued, the upper limit of a golden body 7 refinements can reach 120,000 calories. Compared to before golden body 7 refinements, 1 refinement can increase by 10,000 cal. At golden body 7 refinements, the increase is even more, doubled. Vitality force is still the origin of human martial artists' cultivation. As for celestiality force and destructive force, they are all built on this foundation. Therefore, vitality force actually represents a strong foundation. When martial artists reach rank 9, they're mainly walking the path of origin path. Origin path doesn't enhance the physique too much. Ordinary weak rank 9 martial artists might only have around 100,000 calories vitality. At the stage of comprehending origin path, the stronger ones can reach 150,000 calories vitality. The weaker ones can reach 130,000 to 40,000 calories vitality. However, at this time, the existence of origin path will deepen the martial artist's control of power. And Old Manly continued, I know this. Origin path amplifies the destructive power of power. I still don't understand. What's the upper limit of origin path's enhancement, or should I say, what's the extent of the amplification? It depends on the level of comprehension of origin path. Zhang Tao said slowly, if you view origin path as a real path, this path is actually infinitely long. No one knows exactly how long it is. As for the impasse, it's actually walking to the position 1. What is 1? To put it simply, it's a vitality amplification that's doubled. When you reach the position 1, your vitality will also undergo a new transformation. Your vitality strength is usually enough to reach more than 200,000 calories. If the amplification is doubled, that is to say, you can have an outburst of at least 400,000 vitality. Zhang Tao laughed. Not only that, there's another point. When you reach the position 1, it's like the difference between upper stage rank 3 and those below upper stage rank 3. The vitality intensity is also different. For paragons, the weakest paragons can have an outburst of 400,000 calories vitality, while those below paragons need to double. This is a problem of multiplying. To put it more directly, those below paragons need to have a vitality of 800,000 calories, destructive power, to be comparable to paragons. However, the upper limit of a normal rank 9 powerhouse's vitality is 150,000 calories. Even if the origin path reaches the end, it's not even a doubling of the amplification. There is no transformation. At this time, an outburst of 300,000 calories vitality is the maximum. Tell me, with such a huge gap, how can one be a paragon's opponent? At this level, if the gap is more than double, the result will be an instant kill. That's why when you've reached an impasse, once you make a move, even a top rank 9 will die. There are no exceptions. Li Zhu and the others were able to escape from Li Zhen back then, including Nan Yue, because they had just entered the paragons and had not undergone any transformation. That's why they had a chance. If they were given a little more time to master their strength and complete their body's transformation, they would definitely die. Reach the position 1, Old Manly pondered and said, if that's the case, it's actually possible to continue walking all the way, right? Not necessarily. Zhang Tao laughed. For some people, when they reach the position 1, they've actually reached the end. They can no longer walk any further. The path is cut off. For some people, they might walk a little further, but their path will still be cut off. At this time, some people open up another path and start opening up a second path, continuing to walk. When the second path is opened up, the superposition and amplification of strength is actually not as good as the first path. In other words, if you walk both paths to the position 1, you're not as good as a powerhouse who walks one path to the position 2. Walking more paths doesn't necessarily mean you're strong. If a person walks 2 paths and both paths stop at the position 1, then the amplification of his strength might be 5 times. I'm talking about the weakest paragons with a vitality outburst of 500,000 calories. For the same person, if they also walk 2 paths and both paths are slightly further than the position 1, then they'll be slightly stronger. All in all, the strength of the paragons can't actually be judged by the number of paths, but by the length of the path. Old Manly understood and quickly asked, "How far has the minister walked?" Me, Zhang Tao, smiled faintly. "Do you want to guess?" "Let me guess. If you reach 1,000,000 cal vitality, will you be able to defeat me?" Old Manly rubbed his chin. "My 1,000,000 cal vitality is different from the average person. If I really cultivate to 1,000,000 cal vitality, my destructive power is actually equivalent to the paragons, and I don't need to amplify it. In other words, my 1,000,000 cal is also comparable to the 2,000,000 calories non-paragons, equivalent to the paragons." Old Man Li smiled again. "Even if I don't have the origin path amplification, and your foundation is higher than others, it'll still be difficult to reach 1,000,000 cal destructive power, right? We'll talk about it when you reach that stage." Zhang Tao looked indifferent. Old Man Li cursed in his heart, then smiled and said, "Minister, let's not talk about your side. Who's the weakest paragons in Sino Nation? How strong is their vitality and how far they've gone?" "Well," Zhang Tao pondered for a moment, then coughed softly. "It's hard to say, and I can't say it blindly. But it's probably the weakest standard I'm talking about, understand?" Old Manly chuckled. "Understood. 200,000 calories as a foundation, doubled amplification, and then doubled at the paragons. That's equivalent to the destructive power of 800,000 calories vitality. If that's the case, if my vitality reaches 400,000 calories, I can contend with the paragons. And this is under the condition that I haven't walked out of the origin path. Once I walk out of the origin path and go a little further, maybe I can easily contend with the weakest paragons." After saying that, Old Manly smiled and said, "In other words, if my vitality increases by 20,000 calories to reach 140,000 calories at Golden Body 8 refinements, I'll actually be the highest rank 9. I can achieve 280,000 calories vitality damage, and the highest rank 9 has a vitality base of 150,000 calories. With the amplification of the origin path, let's say it's close to doubled, 300,000 calories vitality outburst." After Old Manly calculated this, he murmured, "Once I achieve Golden Body 9 refinements, then I'll be the strongest rank 9, invincible below the paragons. Then I'll cross rank 9 and become an origin path powerhouse. Then I'll be the real desperation realm." Old Manly suddenly felt a little excited. "When I reach rank 9, maybe I can slash the paragons." Of course, he probably needed to travel a distance on the origin path, but he felt that it was not too difficult. "Then, when I reach the real paragons, won't I be comparable to a 2-path powerhouse?" The more Old Manly thought about it, the more excited he became. He still had to live. He had to live a little longer. Once he reached the desperation realm, then he would be among the top ones. When that time came, it would be completely different from now. Zhang Tao saw that he had entered the cultivation state again, and felt a little helpless. If Li Changsheng really reached the paragons, he might really have the ability comparable to a 2-path powerhouse. However, there are also differences in strength between the 2 paths. When you reach the paragons, you'll only be comparable to the Maple King. Zhang Tao muttered in his heart, and looked at Wu Quishan, who was still sleeping. "What about you? How far can you go?" Wu Quishan's origin path had already reached the 0-3 position. After this time, how far can he go? A fallen true king's path, even if it's a little weak, is enough for you to extend your own path for a long time. It all depends on your luck. Zhang Tao thought about this and fell into deep thought. At the same time, Macmao, Fang Ping cursed the energy thief and began to consume the maple fruit. This time, he planned to consume all these treasures that increased his mentality during the system upgrade period. Although he could not use the system to hone his golden body with imperishable substances, there was no limit to increasing his mentality. When his mentality increased and the system upgrade was completed, he could hone his golden body more easily. Before the system upgrade, Fang Ping's mentality was almost 4,100 hertz. This time he did not know how effective the maple fruit and other things would be. However, the value of a maple fruit was higher than an entire heavenly golden lotus. Fang Ping felt that the effect would not be too bad. It's best if my mentality can reach 10,000 hertz. Fang Ping set a standard for himself. If it reached 10,000 hertz, no, 9,000 hertz, he should be able to achieve the 9th refinement of the golden body. Mentality was a stepping stone, a threshold. If one's mentality was not enough, there would be an upper limit to the golden body. The wooden bucket theory had always existed for martial artists. Without further thought, Fang Ping did not consume the maple fruit. Instead, he materialized the Sanjiao gate and condensed the brain core. He threw the maple fruit onto the brain core and began to crush it slowly to hone the brain core. A huge amount of mysterious energy gushed out from the maple fruit and began to hone the brain core, making it stronger. The effect is not bad. Fang Ping watched as the brain core was honed and strengthened, becoming more and more radiant. He was satisfied, as expected of a catacombs treasure that was worth 800 caddies of life essence. The effect was extremely strong. I hope there will be new functions in the system upgrade this time. It would be best if it could help me reach the Paragon in one step. Fang Ping honed the brain core while looking forward to the new functions of the system upgrade.